Welcome to Truth Uncompromised. I am your host, Rhonda. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Truth is peace. Truth is justice and freedom to love, live, and be. Music provided by sourcevibrations.com.
I am love. I am peace. I am free. I have abundance. I have everything within me. For I was, for I am, for I will always be. We are love. We are peace. We are free. We have abundance. We have everything within us. For we are, for we will always be. For Mother Earth is love. For Mother Earth has peace. For Mother Earth is free. For Mother Earth has abundance. For Mother Earth has everything within her. For she was, for she is, for she will always be. And so it is spoken. So it has been written, and it is done.
You have entered into a dimension of truth where time does not exist and illusions are shattered. The journey of truth is intense. The journey of truth will set you free. Consider this a warning as you enter the dimension of truth uncompromised.
All right, family. Welcome to the Truth Uncompromised show. I am your host, Rhonda, and tonight is Thursday, October 1st. We have a great show for you. We are actually officially starting our new series. We kind of did a preview last week, impromptu, Momma Terra and the consciousness of her people. So in this particular series, what we will do, we're going to go over a lot of stuff. So we're going to talk about the landscape of Mother Earth, the hidden lands, quote, quote, the land beyond the poles. We're also going to get into the true nature and the power of what consciousness is. We went into that last week. We're going to dive more into that this week. We're going to talk about how important the frequency of the realm is and how the frequency of the realm has been controlled and what these quote, quote, resets are all about, what that really means, and how the land, the consciousness, and the frequency all tie in. So I'm really looking forward to this particular series. It's been a long time in the making. I've been getting a lot of information coming in. So what we're going to do, because we did not finish the Real Pilgrims series, so we're going to alternate. We're almost at the tail end of the Real Pilgrim series, so we will finish that up, but we'll alternate. Because now I have to bring this information to you, because every time we started to get into the Real Pilgrim series, we would spend the whole entire show on this topic. All right. So shout out to my YouTube family. Shout out to Sis Lisa. Shout out to Brother Epic Soul. Hey, Brother Scotty Saturn. Peace and love. Good to see you in the house. Shout out to Indigenous Soul. Shout out to Markadrick. Shout out, brother. Okay. Shout out Randy. Okay, and peace and love, Brother Sean. I see you in the building. All right, and peace and love to my callers. Oh, hey, Brother 832, there you are, beloved. Good to see you. Peace and love to 313 and 661. Brother Jay, I see you in the building. And 404 and many others. So, okay, YouTube and my family callers, I'm going to bring on my co-host. Let me turn down my mic. I sound loud than the MF to myself. So, all right. So let me bring on my co-hosts. I see them both. I see Sis Sandra and Brother Sean. So let me bring on Sis Sandra. Peace and love, sis. How are you?
Peace and love to you, Sister Rhonda, and the family and Brother Sean. I am great. Thank you very much. And how about yourself?
I am good. It's good to hear your voice, sis.
Thank you. Thank you. It's good to be here. Good to hear your voice, too. Mine may be a little nasally with all this weather we're having around here. I shouldn't say weather. Let's see. Fires.
Child, I saw where they said that supposedly a couple of the fires, they merged and turned into a big fire. I'm like,
overnight, in the morning time, sometime about 3 or 4 in the morning. Yeah.
I really think that they're trying to burn people off of California's land.
Well, somebody's trying to do it, isn't it? It does, the wine countries and all that. And, you know, the thing I look at is a lot of the most prominent, wealthier communities that's getting burnt out.
Yeah.
You know, the more fertile land, like the wine country. So
yeah, that's interesting. Although, you know, Cali in general, I just saw a video where the homelessness is getting even worse. Cali's always had a big homeless problem, but it's getting worse, and particularly Venice Beach. They're saying, because you and I, sis, we talked about this on air, how Venice Beach used to be very affordable, and then rich folks start coming in, buying up those frame houses and building mini mansions right there on Venice Strip. So this dude just showed a video, I think it was last week, and he was going down the strip and he was just showing homeless people just built tents. And then somebody else went to a different neighborhood and showed where homeless people were like building their little camps or whatever, like right on the city property. So say, for example, you're in the medium, and you know how in cities in the medium, they'll have their flowers or whatever. Homeless people were taking that over. And now it's getting so bad that I believe it's the residents. They're coming when the homeless people go out and do whatever they do and leave their stuff, and they're burning their little area down. So Cali is so off the chain. I believe Cali is about to totally change, because you have a lot of people leaving California in drones, which is a good thing. That ain't a bad thing at all, because there's too many people there now. And the way that economy is set up, it's never been sustainable. You have to really have some money to live in Cali, or you had to have been in Cali long enough where, you know, wherever you're laying your head, if you have a mortgage or a home, you got in before these ridiculous prices. So,
right.
Yeah, that part about Cali.
Well, you know, I saw a man sitting on a toilet in the middle of the median in the road. I said, "Is that a toilet?"
A whole toilet. Not that he was squatting, but he done dragged a whole toilet and set it in the medium.
Yeah, he had a whole toilet in there. I said,
Cali is off the hook. Cali is straight off the hook.
Well, you know, up north is more fertile than south, is because they have most of the water.
Mm-hmm.
And the cost up there is almost prohibitable. You know, what you get for $1 million is really crazy. And so the homelessness I heard in San Francisco is really, really bad. They defecate on the all that kind
that's
of
what
stuff.
I heard. People are literally walking over human feces. But a lot of, you know, all them tech people, as soon as the pandemic hit, the tech people was like, you know, when folks start working at home, they like, deuce, they ran their asses up out of Cali. So a lot of those condos, all of that stuff is sitting vacant. So,
well, you know, China.
Mm-hmm. Go ahead, sis.
China came in and bought houses. They were burnt out. I saw a documentary on it.
Yeah.
They were burnt out. Everything, they bought it for $1 million, $2 million. Well, most people, you know, with our incomes in Cali, if you have $1 million or $2 million, you want a house that you could live in.
Right.
But Chinese didn't do that. They came in busloads, I understand.
That's
and
right.
They were buying up the land.
Now you know how that went down. Brother Sean, we coming to you, Sweet Pea. You know how that went down, though, sis. The Chinese government systematically set up their people with cheap loans to come over here and buy up land, because it just wasn't Cali, it was also New York. So it was systematically planned, and they purposely knew they weren't going to live in that stuff. And from my understanding, a lot of it's just sitting empty in some cases.
Exactly, and the rents went up to $8,000 or more.
That's exactly what I heard. But girl, guess what? Now, don't nobody want to be bothered. Now they're saying the rents are coming down rapidly fast, because what was happening, you had even people in tech people make good money. They couldn't even really afford that shit. So they were, either roommating up or, having 2-3 hour commutes. But now they have a lot of inventory sitting on the market, because as soon as everybody started working from home, they like, that means I can live anywhere. Why would I live in this shithole? Literally, this shithole. So now they are having a hard time trying to rent out all of their real estate. And I said, good. I don't fucking feel sorry for them.
That was pretty bad. They had pits, I think, in Santa Barbara, on the beach, and they interviewed one man. I think it was in Santa Barbara. They interviewed this guy, and he was an European, and they asked him, "How come you here?" He said, "Well, my rent was $2,000 a month, and then it went to $4,000 a month, and so I couldn't afford it."
It's just ridiculous. And the same is happening in New York. New York, their commercial real estate is getting hit extremely hard. So once again, I have no sympathy. Good for you. So parts of New York that was bustling still is not as busy as it was, because even a lot of the wealthy New Yorkers have fled. So this is going to be really, really, really interesting. So,
right, and most of these places that we speak of are, I hate to say it, Democratic governors. Like Brown was the Democratic governor or Democratic governor of California.
They screwed up California. She who walks among the mist, she's in the chat. She's saying a lot of tech companies are moving to Nevada anyways because there are no state income tax. Absolutely. Yep. That's what I heard too, which is one of the reasons that Tesla is there as well. So California, it's done for. It's definitely done for. So it's a bunch of crap going on there.
Yeah, now they're trying to up the property taxes. I mean, we're still on a partial shutdown. I mean, we haven't opened up.
That true.
So this brings me to my idea of that debate. You stand up there and say you're going to shut it down because say so. The scientists say so we're going to shut it down. I'm like, dude, people got to live. And if you die because you're living, that's part of living, isn't it? But so people have to take a chance on life again. You can't be afraid of your shadow. You can't be afraid of every corner somebody may sneeze. I mean, come on. They've been sneezing
they're full
forever.
of shit. They're full of shit, and that's why I got my lips perched to the side. They so full of shit. Let me bring on Brother Sean. But yes, Jay Gardner, Texas always has been a spot for businesses to come there because of their no state income tax. And that even goes for the people too. They don't pay state income tax. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me with a lot more companies, because Texas already had quite a few companies there, and people sleep on Texas, but Texas was always kind of really rolling with their own economy. For the most part, I know they have dips like everybody else, but for the most part, Texas keeps a strong economy. But let me bring in Brother Sean. Peace and love, brother.
Wholeness and power. How y'all doing?
You doing good. How are you?
Oh, I'm great. Good.
It's good to hear your voice.
Likewise.
That's what.
All
Peace
right.
and love, brother.
All right, sis. So we kind of started without Sean. So you have any go ahead on with the fuckery? Yes, Jay Gardner. It is its own republic. Texas don't play. They never have. They never will. Totally agree. And I actually like the people of Texas. I just don't like the damn landscape. But the Texas people they cool as hell. I mean, literally, I had to spend time in Texas years ago for work. So I was going back and forth from Atlanta to Texas for work. And I was in was it the West Texas? Yeah, parts of West Texas and then the part of Texas like right on the border of Mexico, going to different client sites. And you know, people would think those particular areas that I would run into racism and people coming out of bag, them people was cool as hell, because real recognized real. They were so cool that this one dude had effed up the project so bad that I had to come in and redo everything. And so I got it up and running. Everything was good. So I was leaving out and they was putting somebody else in. And they was like, who this dude? They brought in another Caucasian white dude. They was like, who the hell is he? No, you better get Rhonda back out here. I'm like, no, it's okay. I promise he gonna do a good job. But yeah, Texas, they have some cool people. I mean, really real. You can't bullshit them, none of that. So I don't have no problem with the people of Texas. They real. I just wish I liked the landscape. It's too flat and too dry. And when I saw an actual tumbleweed roll down the street, I said, oh, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. So
that's West Texas. West Texas is kind of dry.
Yeah, and it was West Texas, sis.
Mm. Yeah, it's very dry. But
so what's your go ahead on with the fuckery, sis?
I mean to tell you, it's time to put up a shut up. I said that last week. So I had an opportunity to look at that a review of that debate, and I have to say, oh, Slick Willie, that's what Biden reminds me of. He's all, you do it, you get out there and vote, and then the news media says that's the answer to what they asked him, you know. And the thing is, for us, and our people are going to go down with loyalty to a fault.
That I agree with you on. Yep.
You know, and that is stupid. I mean, excuse the word, but it is just suicidal to do the same thing over and over again and expect
different results.
Results.
Agreed.
You can't understand that a person who's been in office for 47 or 48 years is going to change his spots. Yep. And because he's so affable, little old man now he is, and he's got this, you do it. He's never going to give them what they want.
Agreed.
He'll approach them like he always has, and he will never give them what they need, because he don't believe in what they need is what he needs to give them. He's been made legislation quite clear how he feels about us. But
I don't think that he is mentally competent. I think that it's Alzheimer's. Now this just me. I don't know the man's medical background, none of that. This just my opinion. I just don't think that he's mentally competent.
It looks like the lights are on, but nobody's home. That's what his facial expressions are.
Yeah.
You know, he has like he's wondering what he doing there. We be wondering too, you know. He doesn't even answer the questions, but the news media gives him so much play that they believe that he's qualified. And I'm like,
they don't believe that he's qualified. They're told to pump that narrative. You know, first of all, we you know, all of us that's rocking on this particular platform, we all know that it's a bunch of shit anyway. Let's start with that. We all know that. But don't think for 1 second that the news media do not know that this man is incompetent. Now, what just gets my panties or my drawers in the bunch is just the simple fact, even when he ran with Press O, he had to be controlled because he ran his MF mouth too much. So even back then, they was taking a gamble, putting him as the VP. So at this point, what just really just frosts me to the highest level is that the American people are so stupid. They are so stupid that they can't even see an empire falling right in front of their face. They will accept both of these candidates, both of them. And you want to argue over two old ass white men to lead the country? And this is the best two candidates that they can offer? And the Democrats need their ass whooped quick, fast, in a hurry, because they had the opportunity to back some fresh blood, per se. And then you gonna dig this man out of probably his motherfucking retirement, which he should have been done, to run? It's insulting. And then you see ads with them going to the strip club. The damn strippers can't even get up on the pole and swing in motherfucking peace, because they're asking them to go out to, vote for what? It's insulting. It's literally a joke. And I didn't watch the debate at all. I just caught the highlights. But that behavior, you mean to tell me these are the best two candidates you can find, and that was the behavior, them going at each other, but you gonna try to convince me that they can run an entire quote country, help shape economic policy, help shape foreign policy? That is a fucking insult. That shit was ghetto as hell. No professionalism, didn't talk about any type of issue, and then people still, I'm still voting for him. You go right the fuck to head, leave me out of it. So don't get mad at us. I don't care what type of excuse you try to throw up there. Those of us that not gonna vote, we not gonna vote. And you're not giving us anything to maybe feel this little bit fucking guilty about. It ain't gonna work on me no way, because I know how the system really works. But I'm just saying, it is a fucking insult. And especially for melanated people, you don't ask folks for shit. You don't ask for nothing. They literally have dug a pile of shit up and put it before you. They dug up some chicken shit, they dug up some horse shit, and they told you to pick. And you gonna pick. And then you get an attitude with the other people that says, no, that's not acceptable. What are they bringing to the table? And at least Trump card, in his defense, which y'all know I don't fuck with none of them, but at least in his defense, he has a semblance of a plan. At least he gonna lie to you with a plan. I ain't heard Biden and old girl with her motherfucking Timberlands, and now she's so down, offer you a motherfucking thing. And so these are the things that those of us, quote, that don't want to fucking be bothered, we be trying to put y'all up on game, and you looking at us like we crazy. So at this point, you get what you deserve. Literally, you're gonna get what you deserve, which is absolutely nothing, because they keep showing you over and over and over and over again, it's not about you. It's about the corporation, about the system, what's in the best interest for the system. So you get what you fucking deserve. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
It is about them, because they are the main target for the campaign now. The African Americans, the blacks.
Because they need our consent. We talk about it every week on this show. All of this shit goes on because we give them our consent. And people are under the illusion where if I don't vote, then, I deserve whatever they get, I deserve. No, sweetheart, you got that fucking logic reversed. You know that they're going to give you shit. So if you're going in those polls, picking between chicken shit and horse shit, You're giving your consent to shit. So sure, they're going to keep catering to the melanated people because they need our consent. And especially since most of the melanated people are indigenous to this land. You are giving your fucking consent to the foolery.
Well, lately, California's governor is trying to start talking about a reparation bill.
Mm-hmm.
I said,
Yeah.
Really? Are you kidding?
Was he thinking that when he was calling himself signing land over to China that he didn't fucking have the authority to do? Was he thinking about reparations then? Was he thinking about reparations on all of the three strikes out? All of the melanated, all of the brown locked up in the motherfucking California prison system? Was he thinking about reparations then?
Remember what they used to say, there's no good engine but a dead engine.
Right.
So now they done changed our color, our designation to Negro. So what are they saying about the Negro? Pretty much the same thing, right? But this time we're going to lock you up in the prison, and then we're going to open a stock exchange and get money off of you.
Right.
Because you're going to do labor for us, and all these companies, the dye companies, all these companies is making money on your bogus charges that you got put in jail for, that the other man gets out for. He can do, that crack cocaine? He can sniff the powder.
Yeah, the powder.
And you do a little bit of, he can sniff the powder, you could do the rock, and you're going to do more time. It's the same stuff.
It's the same stuff, and let's be clear. We done already went over that. How do we even know about rock? It wasn't no brother that sat down and said, what's that formula? Oh, is this? Shake that up. No, that was given to them by a government agent that was put in the melanated community in Cali that synced up with the real freeway Ricky Ross. He was his connect. The Alphabet Boys was running coke through the U.S., specifically in Cali. That brother was given that recipe for crack, and it spread all throughout the ghettos and all throughout the U.S., but that shit started in Cali. So, and if you ever want to know what I'm talking about, the book that laid it all out is Dark Alliance by Gary Webb. And that man lost his life. He lost his life putting that truth out there. He lays it out very, very clear. Who was what all the way up to the White House. It was clearly laid out, receipts laid out, all of that. But who went to jail? Who went to jail? The melanated man. Ricky Ross did decades worth of time. And it was proven that they were running drugs for that Iran-Contra drug thingy. So he giving reparations to whom, for what, and why? I ain't buying none of that. Because again, they have nothing to give us. It's ours to begin with. And until melanated people wake up and realize who they are and who they don't need, they're going to keep getting fleeced. What the fuck I look like walking around asking somebody for some shit that's mine by birthright? These folks are visitors or squatters on your shit. So I'm supposed to be happy with chicken shit and cow shit? No, boo, I don't roll like that. I'm royalty by blood. You can't feed no shit to me, and your damn show can't put it in front of me. It's not acceptable. And until melanated people get the balls to stand up on their own, they gonna keep being fleeced and pimped. So sorry about that, sis. I know I kind of jumped in. Oh, yeah, go ahead on with the fuckery. Did you have something else you wanted to put on it, or something else you want to discuss?
I have one thing to say about Atlanta. Holy cow. I said, what?
You know, Atlanta off the chain, too.
I mean, Trump went to Atlanta. And he vowed to pour their $500 billion all to the melanated people around off in this country, I believe, not just to Atlanta.
Okay, but yeah. I heard somebody else said that. Yeah.
And he vowed to say that Ku Klux Klan and Antifa are terrorists, and he's gonna make lynching a terrorist act. Well, I said to myself, interesting. So when he gets on this debate, a war they had, they really had a war on TV, you know, for this presidential stuff. Do you know that news media said he won't denounce, he won't denounce, he won't denounce? You know why? Because they're catering to get the melanated vote. And Trump was really kind of slick by doing it just before he went there, too. But they are making that the topic. That's how important our people are. And
Hey, sis.
Go ahead.
He did say it at the debate. They kept talking over him. If people read the transcript, they'll see that he addressed that. What wasn't addressed by Biden and them is denouncing Antifa and Black Lives Matter. Them the motherfuckers that's going into cities, killing people, burning up people's shit, and all that bullshit.
Exactly. He did say it. I heard him say it. But the moderator out-talked him, Biden out-talked him, and it just got raucously loud. Everything he tried to say that was anything of importance, and I believe that Biden issue with his son, he tried to say that many times, and now they're in the media, and I'm on the media, obviously, because the media is leading our people down the wrong path, and a lot of people listen to the media. My mother, my aunts, my uncles, all them people listen to the media, and they are saying he didn't do this, he didn't do that. So if you're going to keep getting the runaround by the media, it's time you change what you're watching, because they're not telling the truth.
Right.
They are not telling the truth. I didn't watch their live one. I saw a C-SPAN rerun of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I heard him say it, but they also did it. He also did it in Atlanta. But yet they say he don't do it. Biden talk about they didn't have all this violence when they were in office. That's not true. They were killing us like weeds when Obama was in office. Neither Obama or Biden said anything about it. They didn't say a word. But now he's going to get out there and try to tell people that, oh, it's wrong about that Breonna Taylor and all this kind of stuff. He didn't say nothing about all the Browns and Martins and all them people that was shot down. That Brown young man was on the corner, and the sheriff rode up on him saying he had robbed a store and shot him dead. And it come to find out the young man had won a lawsuit against the sheriffs. Against the police department. I don't know if they were sheriffs or not. Against the police department. So Biden and Obama was a part of that. I think Gardner, when he was choked in New York, wasn't Obama president then? Biden is saying about that.
Well, all I know, oh shoot, I didn't know my battery wasn't on this other computer, and it wasn't plugged in. All I know is that I find it awfully strange that all of these melanated people keep getting quote quote killed. Why is it always something going on with melanated people in the United States?
At the time of elections, too.
It to be honest, sis, it really don't matter whether it's an election. Sorry, y'all, I'm trying to plug up this other computer. I must have knocked out the plug somehow. But it doesn't even really have to be an election. It's like that. It's like that. It is an energy thing. I keep consistently saying that. It's all about energy. None of this shit happens without melanated people. They need you. And apparently it's got to be something awfully damn special about us American indigenous, because we the ones consistently being fucked with on a regular basis. On a regular. Because it's an energy and extraction thing. Like I said, they have to have your consent to keep the fuckery going. They have to have it. And they're going to use whatever tricks they can to get it. They're going to use whatever tricks they can. So how can we sit up and continuously complain about a system, but yet you still support it? You support it with your time. You support it with your energy. And then you get upset when the melanated people that have woke up and said, look, bro, I'm not fucking with that, this, that, and the third. Oh, well, I don't know. You're part of the problem. I don't know what you think, how change gonna happen. God damn it, change gonna happen when you get up off your ass and start doing for self and stop depending on the government. That's when change is gonna happen. When group economics is practiced, that's when change is going to happen.
Hit the purse, hit the purse. That's right.
This shit ain't hard. So I'm sorry. All right, Brother Sean, you have any go ahead on with the fuckery? I'm about to turn off my mic. Yeah, I gotta plug this doggone computer back up.
I have my live stream offline. That's what it's showing me. I don't know how to get it online. My system is up, but it's not. You're not feeding through.
Oh, she's unplugged for a moment.
To another one. Shit, that the computer will do it.
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Well, let me see.
It's a lot. It's funny.
We still got more indigenous and African American battles going on while it's going down. I hear a lot of fear mongers running around saying we're all doomed. Get your guns. If Trump wins, we're all done for. He didn't denounce white supremacy. You weak bitches. Who's supreme over you? Ain't you supposed to be a fucking god, a goddess, a king, a queen, an empress, a emperor, and all this shit? Or a child of the Most High? But white people are supreme to you? How? Because they told you that? Because they wrote it down? Because they planted that seed in your head that they were supreme? And y'all power like bitches? Mope and complain. Oh, the orange man is coming to get us. Do y'all remember Willy Wonka, the original one?
Yeah, with Gene Wilder.
Yeah, and the orange Oompa Loompa.
Yep.
When the orange man came and got you, you fucked up. They was telling you back then that when you fuck up, the orange man is coming to get your ass.
Damn.
You fearful little fucks. Still don't give a fuck about the children. I listen to all this shit that's going on. Y'all worried about him being racist.
Yeah.
To hell with the fact that these other motherfuckers is raping, murdering, and eating babies. And you weak bitches can't stand Trump's mouth. Y'all ain't got a shred of fucking evidence on it. But you just saying, I know he did something. Proof is in your motherfucking face that these people are pedophiles and monsters. What you bitches say, so he was too. Prove it, motherfucker. It's been proven about them other people that you've been following for fucking ever. And can't nobody tell y'all shit about them bitches. Well, what I'm about to tell you about them bitches, they all already fucking dead. Ain't shit y'all wishing for about to fucking happen. This shit is over.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't nobody fucking around with y'all. Mama ain't fucking around. Ain't nobody fucking around with y'all. That's why y'all suffering. Fucking mental bitches. Can't even fucking think for yourself.
Yep.
You're the fuckery. All you fucking assholes who don't care about the babies. You're the fuckery that's going to be purged. Fuck you. I digress.
Shit, I was trying to get the little explosion thing. Ooh, Brother Sean, baby. You went in, and then you went, I digress. Damn. It's true. Can't argue with you when it's right. Yeah, it's over. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we finna get up into this consciousness stuff. Let me bring on Brother 832, and then we're gonna get into the topics. Yeah, brother, big infants, absolutely, big infants. That's exactly what it is, and I just don't have a tolerance for it anymore. None. So let me bring on Brother 832. Peace and love, brother.
Rhonda, Sandra, my sisters from other misters. Feathers up.
Feathers up, brother.
Feathers up, brother.
United Snakes of America down. Sean, my brother from another mother, sitting on Mount Olympus, throwing them black lightning bolts down tonight.
Indeed, bro.
With some Afro Sheen grease, some napalm, and some jet fuel.
Indeed, brother.
Fire that ass up. Before I forget, Rhonda, I'm a little heavy in my spirit. The sister that I have been unable to reach, Tamika, that I sent to the powwow, Diary of a Black Rose, if you're in contact with She Who Walks in the Mist, could you forward my number to her? And I have been unable to reach her since the powwow. a bit concerned. So I didn't want to, bring drama to the situation. But
yeah, I'll forward her number to you. I'm pausing because I'm
hoping
rewriting
she
it
has
down.
stayed in touch with her after the book giveaway that you all did during the powwow.
I actually bought two of her books because one went as a giveaway. So yeah, but I'll definitely pass the information on, brother. No worries.
Now, whether this is an addendum to the unofficial fuckery report, let me put a spin from the Caucasoid Hispanic wannabe you may know in passing for many years, Robin Meade from Headline News. She called it, well, actually, she repeated what the favorite blonde, blue-eyed girl on CNN, Dana Bash, said was a shit show.
Oh, that was.
But she said it was
somebody said that. Okay, yeah.
a shit show wrapped up in a dumpster fire, riding on a train wreck.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's what Robin Meade and HLN called it. But calling this stuff out. Here's what's the interesting thing to me about it. First of all, I don't feel that he has lived up to being referred to as the President of the United States. I mean, we see many ways, not just because of his infantile behavior. When he got in front of a camera and said he was not responsible for anything, well, then you don't deserve or should be accorded the honor of what the so-called title of the office is. Now, it's a totally irrelevant thing because we're talking about the federal corporation and the beast. But for the sake of conversation, what the executive office and the presidency is supposed to be is to defend and protect the Constitution, not the people. The Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Now, what the occupant of the People's House did was to reveal their manner and character in all its splendor and glory. Okay, now which version are you looking for? Which flavor of Baskin Robbins? Which pint of Ben and Jerry? Are you looking for the decrepit creeper? The ancient one, the Biden, the hiding and riding, your black ass Biden, or as Sean said, the orangutan and the Planet of the Apes. If you remember the Charlton Heston movie when he said, "Keep your hands off me, you stinking dirty ape," right?
Mm-hmm.
But who was the one that was the ape? When he found in the climactic moment, that infamous picture of Lady Liberty, all destroyed and topside and askew at an angle like the Tower of Pisa on the sand. And he said, they went and did it. I'm paraphrasing what the quote is, basically saying they destroyed the planet, Mama Earth, right? And presumably themselves, which he was supposed to be the last human survivor of, quote-unquote, Planet of the Apes. Now, let's take this metaphor a little bit further, whether we're talking about that or the Matrix, as the analogy of the situation that we're in. We know what their intentions are when they make bigoted references to simians. They did that from the day that Obama was elected, and they put that infamous photo out of him and Michelle as an orangutan and a baboon.
Yeah, didn't they do that to Lincoln?
Right.
Weren't they? Didn't they do that to Lincoln back up in the day?
He was referred to in the campaign, if I'm not mistaken, as Abraham Africanus.
Yep.
The first.
Yep.
And if you notice, they very rarely, if any, mention Hannibal Hamlin or the manner in which he was taken off the ticket for re-election, and they elevated the cracker, illiterate Andrew Johnson.
Now, Andrew was melanated, but
I'm not disputing that. I'm just saying he was illiterate, backwards, ignorant.
Agreed.
Who wasn't taught to read until he was past the age of 20. But I could also say, who is this first Slav or first slave who barely has come to this country and 10 years later is the so-called first lady? All right?
Mm-hmm.
So watching them elevate themselves at our expense, yeah, the shit show's been going on for 500 years plus, since 1492. We're the ones being shitted on.
True.
Or shat, or shite, if you're an English-speaking individual. Right? The shite has, though. Which way is it blowing? I don't intend to be downwind, if you feel me.
Right.
Now, what we need to do, and this is, I hate to bring him up, but you know what I'm talking about. Who Dookie, y'all called him, is to sit down, pop some popcorn, right?
Mm-hmm.
And get your adult beverages.
Yeah.
Now, you know what, I mentioned this to a friend this week. I'm going to be intrigued. When do you think, we maybe take bets like in Vegas, when do you think you're going to hear some alleged or so-called white reporter, anchor, talking head, or pundit spout the phrase white on white crime? By the way, when the last time you heard black on black crime spouted? Since the occupant of the White House got elevated into this electoral process, have you noticed how frequently white has now been mentioned when it was not even uttered before, as you call them, the Trump card? And matter of fact, did you see the blatant way during the Republican convention that he put the Trump name on the White House? Essentially, I know it was two big jumbotron screens, on the people's lawn in front of it, but it was a indirect attempt to pronounce and announce that he could slap his logo branding on anything.
Yep, because that's what he's known for.
On our land.
That's what he's known for. On our land. Yep.
So, what are we saying? It's like also again, this comes to what's in a name? Why on a regular basis? We know keep track of the iterations because really there's been a whole lot of ones along the way. It's not just Negro, colored, black, and African American. Alien, Hebrew, Israelite, first people. Some will even say it again. What does it matter? Mom said, you put a kitten in the oven, that don't make it a biscuit. It makes it a dead kitten.
True.
Okay. Yeah. So when are we getting the hell out of Hell's Kitchen?
Right.
We don't. That doesn't even seem to cross the consciousness.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm obviously not directing at us because we're at a different level. We're even analyzing it, the fact that we're discussing. But again, I love my people. I love my ex-wives. I love my daughters. I love my grandchildren.
Right.
Woe be unto them, because they are going off the cliff behind these demons. And we can't, for some strange, we can't perceive ourselves disengaged. Detached. These conversations that we have in discussing them is absolutely a waste of precious air.
Agreed.
But we can't seem to get beyond that. Even whatever the fucking report is, it's about what has happened caused by them. When is it what we have made happen? When is it what we have manifested? When is it when we claim what is already ours? When is it when what is embedded in our ancestral symmetry, our spiritual essence, the existence that preceded and will extend beyond these invaders? Because the problem for us is European, African, Asian, and so-called native invaders. All of them. I mean, you take your pick. I'm not asking you to agree or disagree. I'm not asking you to believe what I say. The record speaks for itself. How long have our ancestors been here? Can it be dated? I doubt it.
Nope.
It's like, what is it? Carbon, what do they call it? Carbon 14 or whatever? Are they dating geological formations?
Right.
Now, how does the same illiterate speck that's been on the scene not even...
Uh-oh, brother, you there? They messing with your phone. You cutting in and out. All right, brother. You all right? They back to messing with your phone, brother 832. So. You still there?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now, because you had gone blank for a little bit.
Okay, well, when you start telling the truth,
I
and
know
what
now.
Big Mama say, shame the devil. The devil will do evil.
Indeed.
The bottom line is, we're going in circles, chasing them. I forgot when week it was. Maybe even a month ago, Sean, you were saying they sniffing each other's ass, going in circles like two dogs and can't come up for fresh air. I busted gut when he said that.
Brother Sean always coming up with some good ones.
Well, he was talking about the white niggas and the black niggas. They both niggas. I mean, that's what we're talking slaves. Oh, by the way, I finally got my copy. They were white and they were slaves last week.
Yes.
I also caught, because thank you, Sister Cheryl, if she's listening tonight. I got the copy of Blue Light that I was hoping to get from Walter Mosley, too, and it may have been the final copy of what was in stock.
Great.
Great. That we're on this period of time, even if we're fortunate to live. Today is supposed to be the birthday of the peanut farmer, Jimmy Carter, who's 96 years old. Now, he's still kicking along, while these other people look like, I don't know, what is it, shit warmed over?
And that's being kind to shit, to be honest. I'm just keeping it real. That's being kind to shit.
But he was a peanut farmer that became a nuclear physicist. Most people don't know that about James Carter. They don't know that he was a submarine commander. Okay? And I was able to vote for him at the age of 18, the first time that we were authorized, according to the corporation, in 1976, when I was going into the Navy. And again, what is a 17-year-old going to think? Right. You look at how you're being conditioned and programmed. You're taught to look up to and hero worship. We have a society based on what? Warmongering.
Yes.
The only thing that is required and is respected is you kill. Yep. You kill, you bomb, you maim, under the direction of this society that says what? Kumbaya, we shall overcome, we support democracy. Everywhere else but where? Here.
Yep.
Here.
Indeed.
On our doorstep. In our backyard.
Indeed.
And I'm not saying it's to disregard the suffering that the black woman has, because the rape has been thousands of years. But in the context of warfare, they have used the so-called black man, the melanated man, and have sent him out as cannon fodder on the front line, even before the United Snakes enterprise existed, for at least 5 or 6 colonial wars. Right. Do you know what they're now reporting as World War Zero? Do you remember what we were taught in high school as the French and Indian War?
Mm-hmm. Now what they saying?
No, I'm saying they're calling it because it was a world war. We got taught in high school it was only the French and Indian
but it was
portion
really
here.
a world war. Absolutely, brother.
Exactly. And they are now, depending on where you go, Google or Wikipedia, they're referring to it as World War Zero.
Oh, really?
As opposed to this is the first war. So we've been through already 3 world wars. World War I would be World War II. World War III would be World War II would be World War III. But even again, at World War Zero, I think I shared this with you maybe a month or so ago. You ever checked out the series on PBS, or it's either History Channel, but I saw it on PBS, about Washington himself?
Yeah,
and
you did tell me about that. I got to try to find it.
They're telling the truth and said he caused it with his incompetence at basically the age of 21. That he was sent on essentially a recon mission that was supposed to be diplomacy.
Mm-hmm.
He's got hooked up with some of our ancestors, so-called tribal people, the American Indians,
whatever
that were,
the case,
just communicators. Rolls up on the French and busts the cap in them first.
It wouldn't surprise me.
And then spends the rest of his military existence not just trying to avoid the shame, but he was motivated to become the British military career, not some ragtag mofos just playing games in the backyard like these paintball bastards, the Boogaloo Boys and the Proud Boys, etc., who are able to get military-grade weaponry and go play games.
Yep.
This 17-year-old, who, by the way, still, do you notice they will not tell you the name of his mother? The one that was driven across the line to Kenosha, killed 2 white people and maimed the 3rd, and then was able to go back home and lay in his bed. His mother drove him. We're not hearing that she should be an accessory to murder.
Right.
It would be interesting that we should not see her be the victim of Sandy Hook. You remember Sandy Hook, right? I'll leave with this.
Mm-hmm.
The child who killed those children in that school in Connecticut killed his mother first.
Oh, that I didn't even know that.
Because she trained him. She trained him to use the rifle. He was mentally unstable. She knew her child was mentally unstable. She trained him to be a terrorist. Then, that wasn't enough to kill his mother for whatever breakdown he had. He went and killed other teachers and children where she worked at.
That's true.
That's what the Sandy Hook massacre was. Now, and I say that to wind down, as Sean said, what about the babies?
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, I've been pointing out them and their behavior directed at themselves. So, again, we need to shut the fuck up and get the hell out of the way and let them eat their children. Let them eat themselves or go down with them. Again, that's your choice to make. But in our situation, explain to me how over 500,000 fetuses, unborn children, are being exterminated by teenage so-called black girls a year, allegedly. But we are talking about liars, but they claim that of the 1 million annual abortions, over half of them are so-called melanated, primarily black or African-American teenage girls. I think that's what Sean is asking when he's saying, you chicken shit coward motherfuckers, work on that, and I yield.
Brandon stepped away for a minute. But yeah, bro, that's what it is. I can't say we, because those of you on this call, y'all know what's up. But we have to step up. We have to take care of our own, period. Fuck politics. That ain't got shit to do with us. You want out of the system? Stop participating in it.
Right.
It's that simple. Right now, it's a tool. It's not a tool that's going to be functioning for long.
Right.
But you're supposed to use this shit what it's for until you can do what you're supposed to be doing.
Indeed.
Not what they told you you're supposed to be doing. And in some cases, not even what the ancestors told you you should be doing. We sit up and we talk all this stuff about what the ancestors said. If you ain't within and got it directly from your ancestors, who the fuck ancestors you talking about told you what?
Exactly.
Keep trying to live out everybody else's shit. All you doing is giving power to them. I don't care if they melanated.
That's right.
And I don't care if it is somebody in your bloodline. You still ain't them. You ain't got to do the same dumb shit they did.
Absolutely.
That's just like with this voting shit. Our people been voting Democratic forever. And we've been getting fucked forever.
Yep.
As long as we've been in this system, we've been getting fucked. Okay, we could talk about them that stood up. They was black and they proud, this, that, and the other. All these so-called movements. And we come to find out all of them were infiltrated.
Yep.
Or actually set up by them peoples.
Mm-hmm.
So what is it exactly that your ancestors did? I don't want you to name none of these people we talk about.
Right.
Or any goddamn thing they did.
Right.
And I don't even want you to tell me what your people did. I want you to know. Did they fuck up? Or were they righteous? Either way, you have a decision to make how you're going to be.
That's right.
If you have offspring, you have established a new bloodline that you're responsible for, not your ancestors. You can't blame your fuck-ups on what the ancestors did. You can't blame your fuck-ups on what the white man did.
That's right.
What are you doing? Because as we said, everything is by consent. And some of you dirty bastards is hurting your own babies and giving them away to the system.
Yep.
These motherfuckers ain't coming on everybody's house taking their children. There are no motherfuckers who do this. Some of y'all that's listening now, somebody probably didn't try to fucking recruit you to do this shit.
Right.
You probably didn't do it. But do they still have a head on their shoulders? Because a motherfucker ever proposition me with some shit like that, he's dead right there. Right there. Y'all don't want shit.
Right, Brother Sean.
But the system. You can have a system. We got the universe. We got Mama. Y'all gone. We got the babies. We got their back.
Yep.
So the rest of y'all that like pedophilia, I don't care if you say you don't, but you hate the orange man enough to disregard the baby. Your hatred didn't leave enough room in your heart for love. And if you got that type of hatred in you, you ain't rising to no higher frequencies anyway. Yep. You ain't going nowhere. You still stuck here. You don't. For me, it's not hatred. It's my love of the children that will have me cut all you bitches to pieces. And me not have a bit of hatred in my heart.
Right.
I'm not doing it because I hate you. I love the children. I digress.
Indeed, indeed, indeed. Okay, family. So we're going to get back into our series, Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People. So last week, we went over an article, and we need to finish this article up because, yeah, woo, baby, it was good. It was good. It was good. So let me bring up this article. Where's my browser? All right, YouTube. I got to wait for you to catch up. Gotta wait for you to catch up. Okay, let me see here. Ooh, the lag time. Okay, so while I'm waiting for YouTube to get it, this particular article was from, I got it from Sis Katrina on Facebook, and Brother Seven also talked about this article a couple of weeks ago in one of his videos. It's University. I can't remember his YouTube channel. I think it's, I can't remember if it's Understanding or University. But either way, if you put in Brother Seven's name, you'll definitely see what he had to say on it. So the first part of the article, sorry, YouTube, waiting for this to come on. Come on now, shit, I'm not in the mood tonight. We went over this particular article, which is from the Department of the Army, and they did a study on the gateway process. Okay, so literally on the gateway process, and they were getting into consciousness. So all the things that we've been talking about over the years is what this particular study is going on. And hold on a second. Why the hell isn't this picking this up? Now this is pissing me off. I'm trying to get y'all to see this. Let me see. Just a second. If not, I'll just have to read, and you all just can't see what I'm reading. I don't know why it's not picking it up tonight. It's always something. Nope, don't want to pick it up. All right, well, I'll throw the picture back up and I'll just have to read. If I can get it to work later, I will put the article up so you can read along with me. Damn it. I hate when stuff like that happens. See if I can bring it on as another source. Browser 2. Okay, that's fine. All right, let me try this again. Just decided it doesn't want to work tonight. Okay. Well, whatever. Don't know why that's not working tonight. Okay, well, sorry, y'all. Y'all can't look at it with me. So I just have to put back up the pictures. Damn it, always something. Shitty ass technology. They be thinking they be doing something and it works 50 to 70% of the time. Barely does it work 100% of the time. This shit is low level. It's frustrating. Okay, so again, this article is from the Department of the Army. They put this together, this study rather. They put it together 1983. Now, I'm not sure how long the study ran for, but they did not release the document until 2003. So this is the Department of the Army, U.S. Army Operations Group, U.S. Army Intelligence and Security Command. So last week, in the article, they're calling this particular study or experience literally gateway experience. So last week, they talked about literally consciousness and the power of consciousness. They talked about using your consciousness in order to heal. And they literally did the study to show, to map out the brain, to show how when people focused on a part of the body that they could actually detect where that part of the body was responding. So that's whether it was pain. And then they also got into the power of meditation. All right. So we're going to pick up where we left off. All right, so we left off on number 5. All right, hold on, y'all. Y'all hear me getting froggy. All right, so this study is certainly not designed to be the last word on the subject, but I hope that the validity of its basic structure and of the fundamental concepts upon which it is based will make it a useful guide for other USA UnCON personnel who are required, yeah, we went over this, to take the gateway training or work with gateway materials. All right. So this was the dude that put together the findings of the study, telling the commander. So what tripped us out last week was the fact, okay, so y'all didn't set up and research this. And now you're saying you know that it's true. You have the physical evidence, what we call the receipts, to state that the consciousness, your consciousness and how powerful your consciousness is, and your consciousness, you can create your physical reality. So y'all have gateway training? Okay. All right. So let's get to where we left off.
So right now, they have Harvard University is doing that too on fat cells. That's where I got the fat cell stuff from.
Oh, really? But you know, those, what do they call? Aren't they considered Ivy League, if I'm not mistaken? Those Ivy League schools, let me tell you, they have a lot of information that they are privy to. And especially people that come from those quote, quote, elite families, their particular people are privy to that information. And or if they find a student that's exceptionally intelligent and they bring them into their fold, and by bringing them into the fold is through those secret societies. And what folks have to understand, that those secret societies are used to bind people by oaths. So meaning you're in this particular club by oath, and if you break these club rules, there are consequences associated with it. Okay, so when you're taking oaths, and this all ties into what we're talking about, how powerful your consciousness is, which is linked to the spirit realm or the universe. You're also binding yourself. You're also taking oath in the spiritual realm as well. So a lot of people that get into these things, they're looking at the quote, quote, physical power associated with it for being in that club, in that quote, quote, elite club. But the price, the spiritual price that they pay is a hell of a one. Mm-hmm. So, you know, those particular universities have access to a lot of heavy information that slowly gets released to the public over time. Now, let's make this clear. None of this stuff is new. It's not new. It was just forgotten and hidden. And in this series, we're going to even go deeper into how it was forgotten and why it was forgotten. And it's all tied to the frequency of the realm. Okay. All right. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Also, a place on the land. You have to put places. They put buildings in specific places for a reason.
That's right.
Tap into certain energy
grids. Yep.
And we have forgotten all that. We're
Absolutely.
not in touch with Mama.
Absolutely.
We become so artificial and unnatural. And our people actually fear nature.
Yep.
Them other people there go all out in nature. A nigga ain't going nowhere but to the club. That's about it. I mean, you know, the regular kicking spot in the city.
Right.
We don't take our kids camping, hunting, teach them survival skills. All of this stuff comes natural to them because they've always been trying to survive in a foreign world.
Right.
They're not indigenous to here, anywhere. And you can't find not one of them that will say that they're indigenous anywhere.
Yep.
Not one. I digress.
Indeed, indeed. All right. Well, I was trying to get to the little browser again. Y'all still can't do it. Ain't this about a B? Okay. Let's get going. Oh, yeah. While Brother Sean was saying that, what also came to my mind. We've talked about this before, but I'm going to tell y'all something. Lovecraft Country. It's on HBO. Off the chain. From week to week, you never know what episode they're going to bring up. It's esoteric, a lot of esoteric jewels in there. I cannot tell you how many esoteric jewels there are in there. You know, they throw the historical stuff in there. It's deep, y'all. They get into magic. It's all there. Now, the episode that came on Sunday, I did have time this week to catch it live, because usually I'll have to play catch up. Baby, they was off the hook. First of all, now this spoiler alert, so if you haven't seen it, go back. What are we, either 4 or 5 episodes in? I can't remember. So go back and watch it. It's worth to pay HBO, stream it. If you don't want to do it through your cable to be taxed, pay it through one of the streaming services, whatever. It is worth it. Okay. On this particular episode, they always have a lot of jewels in their episodes, but this one, I am just thrown back. They did a beautiful job honoring melanated women. Literally, they brought it esoteric and had the melanated alien with the fro. And the sister character, the melanated sister character, that, number one, they went through that dimensional portal, baby. And that model that the melanated lady is using, that is the flat earth model. And I'm looking at it, I'm like, God damn, people don't even know what they're looking at. Literally, it is the flat earth model. And this sister, she has this model, and she had been saying a couple of episodes over, she said, this gotta be a binary sun system that we're in, a binary sun, so meaning 2 suns. So I was like, what the oh hell no, it's finna be on. So I kept looking at this model that she kept messing around with, and then it clicked. I said, oh shit, that's the flat earth Martin Kenny model. And I'm sitting there with my mouth open. So in this particular episode that just passed on Sunday, the sister cracked the code on where a gateway is. So she goes in there and winds up, sure enough, opening up a portal. So she goes through that portal, and she's greeted by, so they put her in whatever realm, and then she had to be segmented in that particular area, and I'm guessing that's because her physical vessel couldn't handle whatever environment that was. But nonetheless, the melanated aliens show up, y'all. Woman with a big ass fro. I'm like, oh hell no, it's on. And the powerful thing she kept saying, who are you? Who are you? And if I'm not mistaken, I gotta go back and watch, because I think the character said, who are you? She said, I am. I said, oh shit, this is on. So in this episode, because she could not recognize who she is, she shot her ass back into another dimension, but she was taking her, time traveling her back through the past into these different roles to show her how powerful she is. And so when it finally clicked to her, In one of the scenes, it was more recent. She was having a conversation with her husband that had already transitioned, but the scene was like their life together. And she had to straight up tell him, you know what? I have suppressed who I am, because this particular melanated woman, she's a brilliant astrophysicist. I mean, brilliant. And she basically said, I suppressed who I am. I forgot who I am. I lost myself. And so her husband was like, I didn't realize you felt that way. Woo, 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 this, that, and the third. And she's like, I didn't even realize that I felt that way. So, you know, then she comes out of that particular dimension, and then she comes right before, back before the melanated woman alien. And so she had to ask her, now, who are you again? And that's when she said who she was. And it made sense to her. So the melanated alien woman gave her an option. She said, now you can stay with me, or I can send you anywhere you want to go. And so she said, well, if I stay with you, that means I have to take these off of my arms. So they had put some type of device in both of her wrists. And I'm assuming that's so she could travel to those different dimensions. And the lady was like, yeah, you know, if you stay permanently, then those got to come out. But I have to go back and watch, because I can't remember if she asked if she could go back and forth or whatever. So she wanted to stay and kick it, but then she thought about her young daughter. She said, no, because I got to be with my young daughter, this, that, and the third. So she got blasted somewhere. So I got to go back and pay attention to where she got blasted back, if she's still in another dimension, or if she came back to quote, the now or present time. So that particular show, which, by the way, a melanated woman is directing it. It's Jordan Peele's show, The Get Out Man, but it's a sister that's running it. That was a very, very powerful episode for melanated women. And throughout this show, they show how powerful melanated people really are. Because in the second episode, the main character, the brother, Atticus, was the gateway to open up another dimension before. And the conductor was two little miniature, what they call them Tesla towers. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, go look up Tesla towers, and you're going to see it almost looks like, what's that tower up in France? The Eiffel Tower, but it's shorter with them metal balls on the top, which are really mercury. All right. So they lit them motherfuckers up, but he had to be the one to touch them in order to open up that gateway. And it was a secret society that knew who he was and knew who his bloodline was and knew that only his bloodline could do it. And because they were part of the same bloodline, but they were Caucasian, but he was melanated. So they knew they needed him to open up that gateway, because they were trying to find everlasting eternal life. So, and they threatened him to open it up. So he opened up the gateway, and one of his ancestors, his great, I don't know how many back greats that is for him, came through there, and she tore all of that shit down. She burnt that motherfucker to the ground. So a very, very extremely powerful show. You don't know from one week to the next what esoteric knowledge you're going to get. All of the technology that we've been talking about, ancient hidden technology, they have dropped in this show strategically. So I highly, highly recommend that you get up on that show. Shout out to Lovecraft Country. We are watching. We see y'all doing y'all thing, and it's extremely powerful. And we will be tying a lot of that into this particular series. So, all right.
Hey, sis,
Uh-huh.
speaking of Tesla, here in Ohio, they're supposed to be unveiling a car where the motors are actually in the tires.
Really?
Really. And a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes. They slowly but surely.
They bringing it out.
Mm-hmm.
Because was it... oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother.
And that's also the trap.
I agree.
Because it still has you depending on them.
Agreed. When you don't need to.
And technology.
Agreed.
Other than mama.
Agreed.
Because in order for all that stuff to have been put in place, how much terraforming was done on mama?
Agreed.
How much life was taken, not just of so-called human, but all of her children.
Yep.
We don't think about that there's a price to be paid for so-called technology.
Yep.
When all technology is based on you.
That's right.
And your relationship with mama. They create all these things to extract energy, this, that, or the other, to create this, that, or the other. All things that you're capable of and are supposed to be doing.
Yep.
It's time to reconnect with mama. Oh, that's part of a sweet new deal to make you think everything is okay and give you that 1,000 years of peace.
Yep.
I mean, you might eventually have flying cars and all that stuff. I believe they're really going to give you that.
I do too.
In the system. So, if you signed on to the new deal, yeah, you get to enjoy that stuff. Maybe. As if you make it past this selection process.
Right.
Because both sides have already said that they tearing this motherfucker up if the other side wins.
Yep.
And each side know who all on what side.
Yep.
Y'all go on social media and scream and yell who you for. Y'all talk all this shit and they never shot a gun, ain't got no type of training, nothing. You dealing with savages, people who have been trained to kill. And y'all ain't did nothing to prepare for nothing.
Right.
And for real, stopping would have ended all that, returning back to mama. I mean, she ain't gonna let too bad happen. At least not to her babies who've been loyal to mama.
Mm-hmm.
And who rising with her. Unfortunately, at this point, division is natural.
Right.
There won't be this full unity that y'all keep waiting for and keep waiting for everybody. These people that you're waiting for will be the very people trying to kill you or turn you in. It's shit about to get real.
Yep.
And y'all volunteer for this. Y'all chose to participate in it. When all you had to do was stop, and it all falls apart because it's being done with your energy and your consent.
Yep.
Like Brother 832 said earlier, for them, this is about the Constitution and them keeping what they took. They're not making a pledge to anybody but the Constitution.
Yep.
Which they feel gives them the right to continue to be here. And y'all go along with it.
Absolutely.
I don't care who taught them or where they copied it from.
Right.
There never should have been that type of artificial law to begin
with. Exactly.
That was in the conquest of other people, indigenous people that was minding their own damn business.
Exactly.
And we should be minding our own damn business now, especially.
Yep.
Stay the fuck out the way. Let them do what they gonna do to each other. And I'm not talking about the elite. I'm talking about the folks you see riding around with these stickers and T-shirts and hats and signs in their lawns and this, that, or the other. The very people that smile at you every day, sometimes, gonna be the ones that shoot you because of what sign you have in your front room.
Yep.
This is what society and civilization has become.
Yep.
This is what y'all voted for. This is what you consented to.
Ones who's going to be the ones out there doing themselves and their families a great disservice, because this is going to haunt them for generations to come, because it's always a good thing to stay on the side of righteousness with the situation about the children. Now, the people who won't listen and do listen to the right sources, they're going to have it worse, because, you know, when they listen to blog talks like ours and others who tell them, hey, this is not your fight, get out of it.
Right.
You know, they're going to be the ones who's going to suffer the most, because they have to, in their minds, make a decision. And that decision is going to be wrong either way you look at it. But,
indeed.
So that's what we were talking about. Some people think it's helping their people. Some of our people think it's helping us, what they choose. It's helping the children. It's helping the universe keep from whipping this planet behind, basically, because when we put bad stuff out in the universe, we get bad stuff back. And so we have to stop the filtering of the deaths and the murder and the raping and the pillaging of the children, because those spirits, those little spirits that they have, they cry too.
Right.
And we need to remember that.
Very well.
But if you're voting for a party, they're crazy. That's ridiculous. Neither one of them parties have helped us.
Yep.
Neither one. Hey, Ron, I had to laugh, though. I saw a news report. They called him Trump card.
What? You got me kidding. Child, I just can't have nothing. Just got to keep ripping people the hell up off.
I had to laugh. I started cracking up.
Now, wasn't no damn body saying Trump card but me. Just can't damn have nothing.
Yeah, they call him Trump card, just like you. I started laughing. I said, oh, Rhonda, they stole your stuff.
Child, I can't with them. I can't. All right, YouTube. YouTube, it has been on some bull crap. So it's been going in and out. And I know that it's just not me. I've been looking at several other people's stuff too. And supposedly YouTube made some upgrades to their live stream service. And as usual, child, these folks don't know how to execute nothing properly. So I'm seeing where we're getting the stream is not smooth. So we'll just try the best we can. I'll just refresh when I can to try to get it back to working properly, because it shouldn't be doing that. On my end, I'm good, but I'm seeing that it's saying that the stream status is poor. So y'all know what it is. It is what it is. So just hang in there. I'll try to refresh it when I can. So hopefully the sucker will clear up so we can continue. We don't keep dropping. Okay, so with that said, let's go on into the material. Okay. All right. Okay, YouTube. So hopefully y'all can hear me because it's saying that it's slow. So just hit me up in the chat if you can't hear me. I'll do the best that I can. Okay. So we're getting back to this particular study. Gateway and Hemisync. Now that we have briefly profiled the basic mechanics of the principal techniques for altering or expanding consciousness, which share some of the objectives and or methods employed in the gateway experience, we may proceed to focus on what that technique actually involves. Fundamentally, the gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus, and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres, so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. So let me read that again, because I hope that you're understanding what they're saying, because that shit is powerful. So YouTube, can you all just drop me something in the chat to let me know if y'all can hear? Oh, now it just went back to excellent. Okay, so y'all should be good, YouTube. God damn it, now I'm saying it's not.
Well, they responded. They said they can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, because it's saying on the stream that they can't. All right. So here, let me read that part again, because that is deep. Okay. The gateway experience is a training system designed to bring enhanced strength, focus and coherence to the amplitude and frequency of brainwave output between the left and right hemispheres, so as to alter consciousness, moving it outside the physical sphere, so as to ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. So when we talk to you all about creating your own reality with your consciousness, when we talk to you all about being able to travel to different realms, we weren't making that shit up. That is exactly what they're telling you that they found in this study. That you, as a divine being, through your consciousness, your thoughts, you can defy time and space. So
and
meaning you don't have a limit on yourself. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
And the physical. Star Trek had some beings. They had no physical body, but they had consciousness. And they had traveled through time and space looking for a willing vessel so they could occupy it, so they can consummate their love again for whatever time frame that person is able to take their consciousness inside of them. And they were in this little box, their consciousness, outside of the physical.
Mm-hmm.
And basically that's what they're saying. They could do that. I guess it's just like remote viewing, where your consciousness is gone someplace else while you're awake, and you can see things and do things and operate things from your consciousness.
Right.
So remote viewing would do that.
Right.
But yet, you can participate in what your consciousness is doing. You can see what your consciousness is doing, but you're not there.
In the physical.
The physical, yeah.
So, all of the years that we have been on the air, we have been talking about the power of your consciousness. So whether or not we're talking about some alien, some, land beyond the poles, the this and the that, we always tell you that everything is about your consciousness, because you are an infinite being, conscious being, having this physical experience. That's all. But you have been trapped in the physical and this lower frequency, so you have forgotten beyond that. Now, with them doing this particular study, it brings up question to me, maybe everybody doesn't have this particular ability. Maybe it's only a certain group of people that can defy time and space.
Well, that's reincarnation. Mm-hmm.
Well, reincarnation it's a little different, because reincarnation is just your consciousness. You left the physical realm, and then you made an agreement to come back to the physical realm.
But if you look at it with brain waves, when they determine that a person is dead, what they're trying to do, if I understand what they're saying there, is to have your consciousness so strong that you don't die. You just exist. without a physical self.
Yeah, that's it's not Netflix, Prime series upload. And shout out to the person in the comments on YouTube asked me to suggested that I watch the feed, and I knew it sounded familiar, so I pulled it up this weekend and I was already watching it. And the feed is talking about that also. The feed, they're tapping into consciousness, but upload is specifically talking about transitioning out of the physical and existing in a realm that's created. So existing in like a artificial intelligent realm, and your consciousness is there, but physically you're not in the realm. But the physical people in the realm can communicate with you in the AI world. Now the catch is, like Brother Sean said, they're trying to trick you, because they want to trick you into thinking that they have this technology. That's what the whole Neuralink shit is about. To let you have that ability to do that. But guess what? You already have that ability to do that. They're just trying to trick you in order for you to sign up for their particular new system, to cipher your energy, your frequency, because they need a certain amount of agreement for you to lend your energy to whatever realm that they want to keep going.
Like the AI realm.
Exactly.
They want AI to exist with your consciousness.
Exactly. And I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
AI already exists with your consciousness.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Exactly. I was going to go there and even put something else on it as we get deeper into this series and we talk about the land beyond the poles. I'm willing to bet that it's either one or two things, or it could be both. As we talk about the land beyond the poles, those particular areas or districts, I've heard people call them districts, are already operating that way. Check out this movie called Tomorrowland. So I believe that realm already, or that district on Mother Earth, because our little district, that's just our little section. But those land beyond the poles, I believe that Tomorrowland, which is highly technical and all of that jazz, I believe that already exists. All right. So the other possibility is there are copies or duplicates of Mother Earth that simultaneously run at the same time. Okay. So it goes so much deeper beyond what we're being told. That's why you have to tap in using your consciousness. This and this are the best gateways that there will ever be. Like Brother Sean said, they're trying to mirror you. You already have it. So this realm, that's just a very, very small piece. Even the land beyond the poles, that's just a very small piece. There are infinite realms because there are infinite possibilities that can be created with the consciousness. So you can shape your physical reality with your consciousness. So imagine what group consciousness can do. Cannot group consciousness create realms? So, all right. Okay, so they said that, that you can ultimately escape even the restrictions of time and space. The participant, I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Like Brother Seven says, that on this plane, we are like, he said he had this consciousness like AI, this big consciousness, who is grooming middle consciousness to go out into the universe and create other realms with their consciousness. I think that he was talking about that once, wasn't he?
I don't remember, and I certainly take your word for what you're saying, and I can see Brother Seven saying that absolutely sounds like Brother Seven, and I wholeheartedly agree.
I think that's what he said.
And he also said, which was one of the powerful thing, it hit me like, oh shit, that each individual, you have a song to you, because remember, everything is frequency. A song is frequency. So you, as an infinite being, you have a certain unique song to you. And we really connect with each other through those songs, which are hence the frequency. So meaning, that's why when you vibe, why do you think we say, you know what, we really vibe, or that person has a messed up vibration? That's what we're speaking on. Because we are stuck in looking at the physical, but when it's really the most power and what we're really connecting to is the frequencies. Have you ever come around somebody, you don't even know that person ain't even done nothing to you, and they just walk next to you and you be like, oh, damn, this person got a fucked up vibe. I don't like that person. They vibe is fucked up. Because your song, you're vibrating at da-da-da-da-da-da-da hertz, and they vibrating at da-da-da-da-da-da hertz, and you like, I can't fuck with that person. And that same person that's not on that same vibration with you, they feel that way about you. Because a person that vibrates high, you literally can make a person that's vibrating low, you can make them not feel well. They'll start not to feel well around you because their vibration cannot handle your higher vibration. It happens all the time and we don't realize it. You'll run across somebody and, I've seen people just start screaming, or they'll just stop what they doing and turn the fuck around and walk the other way. I'm like, yeah, okay. I know what time that is. But these are the things that we have forgotten because the web, the artificial web that they put over the natural web was suppressing your frequency, was lowering your frequency. And that's the reason that Mother was terraformed on this particular realm also, was to tear down the naturalness. So meaning those are giant trees that are, because the giant trees still exist. Those silicon trees, they still exist. They didn't just terraform them. They didn't just shave them down. They look like mountains and stuff. But those particular silicone trees, their roots are attached to the ley lines. The ley lines are those crystals. They're the minerals. So it's a ley line energy force that is across Mother Earth. So with them terraforming, coming in, chopping down the trees, and then building their buildings on these certain ley lines, it was to control the frequency. And where they show you that they did this, it was subliminally, and I haven't even got through all of it. Damn, what? Once again, HBO, I'm telling y'all, don't sleep on HBO. It's worth it. Just go and pay them the motherfucking $12, $13, because they literally have a lot of stuff that they're putting out there. Westworld. When we talk about frequencies, this shit is so deep. I'm sitting up here watching Westworld because I never watched it when it was popular. I just thought it was some Western, and I thought it was like another Cowboys and Aliens. I'm like, I don't feel like being bothered with that. So something said, why don't you get at a try? It was really popular. It ran for some years. So I pulls up the first season and start watching it. I'm like, oh shit. I see why this was so popular. It's got all of the artificial intelligence in there. And then as I got deeper into it, it was this one scene. First of all, let's back up. In Westworld, it is centered around, that lab is centered around, what is that called? That mountain in Arizona. They call it Dead Man something, y'all. I know y'all know what I'm talking about. They're calling it a mountain or a cliff in Arizona. It's really famous. And they call it Dead Man something. But it's truly, anybody that knows a silicon tree, when they see it, it is a silicon ancient tree. So this particular laboratory is based around this particular silicon tree. So I said to myself, oh, they ass ain't did that by mistake. So in one of the little scenes, one of the main characters, one of the AI dolls, she was told to, one of the other AI dolls was putting her up on game about how they're programming her and how she's really not real. And they're just using her for the fantasies of these wealthy elite people. And so, long story short, she wound up finding one of the AI people's scalps. And she turned that motherfucker over. And it was literally like a computer board, but it was called labyrinth. So with the computer chip in the center. And so the one other robot that was kind of putting her up on game, when she was in a semi-conscious state, y'all, told her to go to this location. And this particular location wind up being a church. And then the church had a bell, and the bell rang, and then the other AIs started acting funny. I said, oh shit. What they're showing us is how this particular realm continuously is controlled by frequencies and sounds. So now, shout out to the mud flood community as they were putting us up on game on all of these different ancient buildings that they were saying there were churches and they were this and they were temples and they were that. But as they started looking at the architectural structure of them, they saw, no, it was more than just what they're saying it was. These were technologies that were shooting out frequencies. Now, of course, they were saying that it was shooting out frequencies for, electricity and all of that jazz. And I agree with them on that. But it hit me. No, these motherfuckers are shooting out frequencies to control the realm. Because they're building these architectural structures and tapping into those silicon tree roots and the crystals and stuff underneath Mama Earth. And they're overriding her frequency with their frequency in order for them to inhabit the realm, because they don't belong on this realm. So when we talk about these resets, that's part of it. Because Mother Earth's frequency, she will shift as she is doing. That magnetic pole shifts. And in this series, we're going to show how deep that magnetic pole shift is. Excuse me, y'all. Damn, I just can't catch a break today. How deep that magnetic pole shift is, because it's also going to the other districts or the lands beyond the poles. So which we call the precession of the equinox, that 26,000 and some change. All right. So they know that cycle, and they know that Mama Earth's frequency is going to shift and change, and it's going to rise. So therefore, that means her people's frequency will rise as well. And meaning their consciousness is going to come into remembrance. And now this some motherfucking bullshit. What do you mean pay for? And who the fuck are you? And why aren't we using this? And why aren't we using that? So what do? They take the bell. Ding, 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 ding. To bring that frequency back down. To keep people trapped. And so a worldwide catastrophe happens with the floods and all of that, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And people are wiped out. Now, the interesting part about it, even the mud flood community, they really had me thinking, because they were saying, all of these orphan children that all of a sudden just showed up in the Americas. Where did they come from? Just out of the blue, all of these orphan children. And specifically, we're talking about Caucasian children. Where did they come from? So now this is me. Did these babies come from another realm? Now, interestingly enough, in Westworld, they literally, out of this lab, they set up different territories. And those different territories had different time errors. So they hit the Western area, because one of the motherfucking AI people had made it over to the Asian realm. And so I'm looking at this shit like, oh, hell no. These motherfuckers are squeezing in here about resetting our current realm, talking about the land beyond the poles. So only letting folks see their little area. So we're going to get more deeper into that. So let's get back to this. All right. So the participant then gains access to the various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers. Now remember what I'm reading. This ain't no what they want to call us pseudo-conscious person. This ain't no master teacher that the rest of the populace don't respect their work. This is the alphabet boys fucking study. They said the participant then gains access to various levels of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers. So let's refresh our memory. How is that person able to do that? They have to move with their consciousness outside the physical. And that's where they escape the restrictions of time and space. So when I talk to you about I'm not interested in the physical, I don't give a fuck what Trump, Stump, Lump, them do. Q, Elemento, P, them, I mean what the fuck I said. Bring me something back from the realm. All right. I'm sorry, go ahead, sis.
Thought. He was in that not green emerald tablets. Emerald. He was talking about every time he astroplaned, in simple terms, and got to the edge of the realm, their hounds prevented him from going forward. And they chased him back in his body. He has writings like that in that emerald tablet. Because they can't get past that realm.
Very good, sis.
So what they're trying to do is get past that barrier.
Come on, sis, tell it now, baby.
They can do the astral planing. They can do that, which, those out of body, what's called it, remote viewing and stuff. They can do that. But they can't get past the hounds because the hounds are watching who comes, and their frequency tells them you're not the right one.
Absolutely.
And that's what he has in those emerald tablets. So he must have given them a lot of information on how to work it.
And they still can't work it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
Ain't that basically just the hounds of hell? I mean, that whole story rewritten in different ways. The dog, what's that dog? Cherubus, the three-headed dog, or whatever.
Oh, yeah, that very well could be. Yep.
Sounds just like it. Because this is supposedly hell.
It ain't supposedly at these lower frequencies. That's exactly.
Yeah, at these frequencies, it damn sure is.
I'm just trying to be nice.
no, I know. You so goody. I'm the bad one, the MF and SBs on a regular. That's okay.
But, that's exactly what it sounded like to me he was talking about. I said, ooh.
Yeah, it's deep because I I think it's beings that can only, the highest they can get is 7 realms. Or I say, I need to even take that back. 7 planes. So that's on the physical and astral. That's why they always talk about 7 heaven. That's 7 heaven for them. Just like they trick people into thinking that the 33rd degree is the highest level, when you're just getting to the base of highest consciousness at 33. So just based on that alone, there has to be different levels of consciousness between beings. So in other words, everyone can't elevate to untapped power, having no limits on them.
That requires a soul, which I basically think is what we keep referring to as consciousness. Being in touch with your higher self. You know, we use the term, you know, being awoke and this, that, or the other. Unconscious, being knocked the fuck out.
Right.
You get knocked out, you fall.
Right.
But it's a matter of being in tune, in harmony with your higher self. Because that's basically who letting you know what's going on. It ain't something outside of you.
Indeed.
It's with your soul that you're also able to traverse time and space, because it's immortal.
Indeed.
It's pure energy. It'll never die.
Indeed.
I mean, I noticed them talking about Star Trek, the Q continuum, which wasn't just one being. It was actually a planet of beings that could traverse time and space within their physical bodies. Our bodies, the melanin and all, is the most complex thing ever created. We're actually supposed to be able to do a lot of those things.
Absolutely.
Within this body.
Yep.
But we've forgotten how to do that. In the womb, we're being poisoned to begin with, having our chakras blocked, having certain things taken offline. And when I said that AI already has your consciousness, because they've given us a false consciousness program within the system. And that ties off into that whole astral plane thing, because that's as high as they can go.
That's right. That's right.
You need a soul to be able to go beyond that.
Yep.
What they call a spirit is within the program. We go beyond all that. Mama goes beyond all that. I digress.
Indeed. Brother Jay Rish goes, only an individual can interpret what they're experienced from this remote viewing. I agree. And that Neuralink chip, Brother Jay, could very well also be what they been using to see what others have been doing from a remote viewing consciousness perspective. And then Purple goes, time is also emit. Timer is remit commerce. Now that shit right there, in my Cat Williams voice, that shit right there, nigga, that's Deep Purple. Timer is remit commerce. Excellent Purple. Absolutely. Absolutely. Because time is a program as well. And commerce definitely is a program. That's why I know folks be getting upset a little bit when I say I'm not interested in a paperwork game. Because I know it's deeper than that. That's just commerce. And if we're supposed to be, infinite beings, I'm talking about your soul consciousness. Why can't you create things with your consciousness? Commerce and all that shit, that's low level. That's a program. Where we're at now, we're supposed to be done with all of that and creating. Yes, the men who stare at goats. Supposedly and allegedly, Purple, I don't know, you tell me if you know. That was supposed to be based on a true story on an experiment that they were doing in the military. So yeah, check out that movie too, Men Who Stare at Goats. They were making it funny, but nah, they was putting it out there. The experiments that they were doing. House of Nathan. So I wonder if that's why they came up with the term remittance coupon. Wouldn't that be commerce coupon? Exactly. It's a program. All right. So here we go. All right, YouTube. Okay, so trying to pick back up where I was. Yep, the participant then gains access to the various level of intuitive knowledge which the universe offers. What de-infuriates I know what I'm trying to say. The gateway experience from forms of meditation is its use of the hemi-sync technique, which is defined in a monograph by Monroe Institute trainer Melissa Jaeger as a state of consciousness defined when the EEG patterns of both hemispheres are simultaneously equal in amplitude and frequency. So, sis, I know you into on the medical side. So isn't the EEG like that wave pattern thingy that they hook up to your brain, or do I not have that properly?
Yeah, it's the electro. Yeah.
Okay.
That's where, death is determined by the lack of brain waves.
They use that EEG pattern. So they're monitoring the wave pattern / frequency of the brain, right?
Right, and they also do it by the heart, because the body is electric. The body is totally electric. Every cell in the body is electric. So when you cash in the towel, all your electricity ceases. That's why they give you shock to shock you back, and so on and so forth. So they determine flat lines by your heart and your brain, and you're dead. But I've been thinking, since you're talking consciousness, that you're not dead. They just don't have the materials or the equipment to monitor your entire consciousness.
Well, what it is, and I recently had to explain this to somebody. When you astral travel, so let me back up because I know y'all most have experienced this. People that have you ever been sleeping and you are trying to wake up and you feel something that's like sitting on your chest and you like you trying to wake up, or either you trying to wake up and you like paralyzed.
Yep.
And like you want to panic, like what the fuck, I can't move, I'm trying to wake up. They call it sleep paralysis.
Mm-hmm.
That is you astral traveling. So that means your astral body has not connected back with your physical body. So your physical body woke up, but your astral body hadn't come back. So that's why you couldn't wake all the way up, because the two had not connected. So some say when you astral travel, meaning your astral body, consciousness body, comes out of your physical body, that there is a spiritual umbilical cord attached still to your physical self. So that allows you to still be living. Okay? So the disconnect at death is when that cord separates. You break that cord and you're like, I'm done with this physical vessel. So that's why the EEG doesn't pick up those frequency waves in the brain, because you have broke the connection between your astrophysical body, your astral body to the physical body. So they can't track it at that point. Now, what they can do is have infrared camera or digital camera. If they have it in the room, they can see, they'll literally see your astral body leave.
Exactly.
And you can do that. You can fucking do that right now. You can step outside, and if you had the right motherfucking camera equipment, point that motherfucking shit to the sky, and you will see astral bodies. You'll see the angles of light leaving.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see them leaving the realm. You could go right outside and see that shit right now if you have the right camera equipment.
Mm-hmm. What's that guy? He came on the show once. He was talking about it. I used to watch his show. He used to do that. Now, this is another point that came to my mind because of experience. When you're caught in the epiphany stage, I call it, my daughter named it epiphany, of awakening in knots, that is the time that entities can talk to you as well. Because those lights of angles are also communicating with us when we are, maybe it's our ancestors or whomever that person may be, when we're at our lowest physical vibrating self, and we're more into the spiritual astral self, then that's when we see more of what is going to transpire, has transpired, or whatever. they want to show you. That happens.
Right. So basically, and that's perfect, sis, because Brother Jay Garner in the chat said all my deja vu experience come from previous dreams I've had.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So meaning, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Brother Sean.
That's happening all day, every day. It's just a matter of when you're able to perceive it.
I agree.
Right.
I agree, because I was going to say, Brother Jay, that just means you were predicting the future. It had already happened in the spiritual realm. And then when it happens in the physical, you're like, deja vu. Yeah. Because you had brought that over from the spiritual realm. Now, you could have created it, or you could have just tapped in and saw that that was going to happen. So, yes, sis, I agree with you. But the key is you have to be on that same frequency in order for that form of communication to happen.
Now, this thing about past lives, that comes up too to certain people when they do some activities or sleep or whatever, where they can see people in this present day that's part of their past lives. Now, they study past lives a lot, and I hadn't been a fan of past lives because, you know, people say, I remember when I don't remember when I was nothing. But one time I ran into another person, and they introduced themselves, and a flash of a past life popped in my head of me and that person. I wonder if anybody else is...
You don't remember what was your first statement about past lives?
I didn't really, I've heard of it, but I never really knew anything about any of my past lives that I was aware of. People, you know how these people get on TV, and I was a so-and-so in the past life and a so-and-so in the past life, and these psychics come on there and tell them what they are and all that kind of stuff. I never had anything that happened until once when I met somebody and I saw them from a past life that I had. I could describe it in 30 seconds because that's all I got a glimpse of. It was about 30 seconds of it, and it was so startling that it was like I had to look around to see who was playing the trick. Because when we get out of I can't understand how that happened, because I'm trying to understand the consciousness that you carry forward into our next existence. We have to carry our consciousness forward in our next existence.
It's already there. We just choose to shut part of it down, and then the realm, if you can't overcome the current realm's vibration, will suppress it as well. And even if you meditate, you'll get past lives. So what do you think they're talking about when they talk about putting people under hypnosis?
That's exactly
and people start talking about their past lives? That's coming from their consciousness.
Yeah.
It's it. But some of that can also be tapping off into the past lives of some of your ancestors.
Could be.
That's true.
Could be. But you kind of know when it's your ancestors, though, because they're going to tell you. But that's an excellent point, Brother Sean, because they'll literally be them, but it's like you're remote viewing through them of their experience, but you know that it's them.
Now let me get the crystals, like especially the obsidian crystal, is a very powerful crystal, and they have it said that if you get one, you can see and get answers from that crystal. So,
where does the crystal come from?
Huh?
Where does the crystal come from?
The earth. Exactly.
Because the crystal.
What I'm saying is, by the time it gets to you, who done touched it and what they done charged the program it with.
That's right.
That's true.
Yeah, because crystals are a conductor, and they can be programmed.
Yeah, but Mama had them inside herself for a reason. Just like we got crystals and stuff inside of her, inside of us. I mean, all that digging and prodding in Mama to try and come up with ways of power. Instead of tapping into your own power, if you connect it to her, you can connect to those crystals within her.
Agreed.
Without gouging into her to take them out.
I agree.
When you take the crystal trees and they cut them down, the crystal obviously connected us really succinctly to everything.
Indeed. Yeah, the crystals, I know for a fact, they are conductors. They store energy. I've told this story many times before. I had bought some crystals, and they were they were a little bitty. They were the raw ones, so meaning they weren't polished up and all of that jazz. And so I went to sleep, and I had them sitting on the nightstand, and just in my dreams, I had all of these like mathematical equations, mathematical equations just kept running in my dreams. And I knew, I woke up out of my sleep, I said, it's these doggone crystals. So I had to wake up out of my sleep, get the crystals, and send them in another area. So yes, crystals are definitely, they store particular energy messages, and they are conductors. So, if you're using and working with crystals, you're supposed to be programming them. But Brother Sean's point is very well taken and valid. Technically, we don't have to dig up the crystals and use them, because, we can connect to the crystals through the Terra, through the land. So that's what we be talking about when we talk about the sacredness. What's more important is the land. I don't give a damn about no commerce. It's the land. So very, very, good drop, y'all. Everybody bringing it. Okay. Where did I go? Okay, the EEG patterns. All right. Although hemisync seems to be rather rare, and now that's what, it could be rather rare for some people, and of only short duration in ordinary human consciousness. Now that's interesting. In ordinary human consciousness, that's interesting. Melissa Jager states that audio techniques developed by Bob Monroe can induce a sustained hemisync with the Institute's Basic Focus 3 tapes. She also notes that studies conducted by Elmer and Alcy Green at the Menninger Foundation have shown that a subject with 20 years of training in Zen meditation could consistently establish hemi-sync at will, sustaining it for over 15 minutes. That's why we tell you all the power of meditation. Now, when I talk about meditation, I'm not talking about you following what the hell somebody else is telling you to do, to sit here, burn that, have this crystals, namaste. I'm talking about you being focused with your consciousness, narrowing in, blocking out everything else around you to get a connection. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about meditation. Now, they are admitting to you in this particular study that you can defy time and space. You can control your physical surroundings through your consciousness and through meditation. All right, so oh, damn, here we go, y'all. Damn, sorry, y'all. I keep switching back and forth and I keep losing my spot. Okay, so Dr. Stuart Tremlow, a psychiatrist and a research associate of Monroe Institute, reports that in our studies of the effect of the Monroe tape system on brain waves, we have found that the tapes encourage the focusing of brain energy. It can be measured as with a light bulb in watts into a narrow and narrower frequency band. Did you all catch that? They are saying that they can measure the watt frequency, the frequency waves that you're producing with your consciousness. This focusing of energy is not unlike the yoga concept of one-pointedness, which may translate in Western terms as single-mindedness. Dr. Tremlow goes on to observe that as the individual gets into the tapes beyond focus 3, there is a gradual increase in brainwave size, which is measured of brain energy or power. Lamp versus laser. Melissa Jaeger uses a metaphor to help clarify the process involved in the use of hemi-sync in the gateway experience. She points out that the human mind in its natural state may be likened to an ordinary lamp which expands energy in the form of both heat and light, but in a chaotic, incoherent way, which diffuses its energy over a wide area, rather limited depth. On the other hand, the human mind, under the discipline of hemi-sync, acts after the fashion of a laser beam, which produces a disciplined stream of light. Let me sip my water. We told y'all that they could measure what frequency you are on. They can measure it by frequency number. They can also measure it by just looking at your light. Because every frequency emits a light. So they can tell where your frequency is by infrared cameras, your aura.
Mm-hmm.
The stream. I'm sorry, go ahead, Brother Sean.
But they've been showing on those Japanese anime for a while.
Yeah.
They got devices where they can read people's power levels.
Yep.
So, I mean, if they was telling it to us 20 years ago, 20, 30 years ago in anime, imagine where the technology is at now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Nana Wu says, that is why when you go in, you must close the door. Absolutely. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Because technically, you should be having your own shield of protection around you anyway. That's on general purposes. So not only are you supposed to be vibrating higher, you're supposed to create your own shield of protection. Absolutely. Okay. I'm sorry. Go ahead on, Brother Sean. Yes.
But also being creators. To balance things out, we have to be destroyers as well.
Absolutely.
And I think that's where most don't strike a balance at. In this day and age, karma isn't something that we should wait on, like we were taught. Karma should be instantaneous, or it's not your karma. Like, somebody robbed you, and they get away with it. A few weeks later, they go to rob somebody else who gets shot. And people saying that's karma. Yeah, that's karma. He got shot robbing that person. It wasn't karma for what happened to you. That's the same thing with all of this that's going on. We keep waiting for something or somebody to do something
instead of making it happen.
Right. This shit wouldn't keep going on.
Yep.
Ain't nobody gonna keep coming up to you, slapping you.
Right.
Like the first time they come up to you and slap you, you slap their whole damn head off.
Exactly. Ain't that what your mama told you? You better not keep running in the motherfucking house up there talking about some such and so keep bullying you. Now, if a group of people jump you, yeah, that's something else. Then she gonna come out with her motherfucking scarf on and it's finna be on. But you not finna keep running up in her house up there talking about some such and such so bullying you. Now, the way I was raised, you better go out there and beat their ass or I'm gonna beat your ass. That's how this story finna end.
Yep. That's how it's supposed to be about our land.
Indeed.
I don't know what the fuck people keep waiting on. I'm not saying sit up and go to physical war or this, that, or the other. It's too much to us that we haven't dealt with this shit yet.
Indeed. Indeed.
We keep going along with the programs in steps and stages because they taught us.
Absolutely.
You have to take it one step at a time.
Yep.
And but we're sitting up talking about how unlimited we could be.
Right. Right. And I guess my whole thing with the matter is, and I'm going to say, and I'm going to say again, folks are so stuck in the physical. Why aren't you tapping into the unlimited, making that shit happen in the spirit world and bringing it into the physical and let that shit be that? It's really not hard. You're supposed to be doing this with your consciousness. But if you're still talking about, well, I need to do this, then, we need this collective of people to do that. And then we need to fill out this and do that. What about your soul consciousness? Why haven't you created what you want to see with your soul consciousness? If you would do that, the shit would be over with. That's where the power is. It's your soul consciousness. That's how you're going to take back control of the land, through your soul consciousness. Tapping into the unlimited and tapping into the grid of the land. That's how you do it. All this other shit, these constructs, you're just buying into their fucked up program. That's a loop. That's a loop. Next week, I'm gonna have my bell. I got a motherfucking bell. I'm gonna ring that bitch. Because every time you keep, well, we gotta do this. We gotta, get this person together, do that. I'm gonna ring that motherfucking bell. Because that's all they gonna do on that ass. They gonna ring that bell and reset that shit. Reset the program that you refuse to fucking let go of. Because you're supposed to be wiping out all of this shit. You're supposed to be the Thanos. Like, I'm not finna fight with you motherfuckers. I'm not finna sit up here and debate with you. I'm not finna beg you this one, that one. Please, melanated people, do. You just supposed to go. That's what I'm personally talking about. And until folks get to that point, you're going to still be tapped into a grid of a fucked up reality. But that's by choice. That's what you're choosing your soul consciousness to tap into, because you're too fucking afraid to create your own reality. And if you're too afraid and you're too lazy to create your own reality, you're going to be on their reality. So therefore you get what you get. All right. Oh shit. Where was I? All right. Okay. The stream of energy is projected with total coherence of both frequency and amplitude, such that the surface area of the laser beam contains billions of times the concentrated energy found in a similar surface area of the sun. Do you all get that? They have measured your consciousness to have the energy of the sun. So now help me to understand why we think we need to wait on somebody or something to correct shit, to put it right. Gateway assumes that once the frequency and amplitude of the human brain are rendered coherent, it is possible to begin accelerating both, so that the human mind is soon resonated at even higher vibrational levels. So those of us that have been saying for fucking years, for decades, the master teachers have been saying, raise your vibration, stay on a higher vibrational realm. Here, a fucking studying you, studying your soul consciousness, telling you this shit. The mind can then bring itself into synchronizing with more sophisticated and rarefied energy levels in the universe. The mind, when operating at these increasingly ratified levels, is assumed to be capable of processing the information thus received through the same fundamental matrix by which it makes sense of ordinary physical sensories input to achieve meaning in a cognitive content. So meaning, you can take that chaos energy in the universe and you can bring that shit in, process it, and use it for whatever the fuck you want. And contrary to popular belief, this program still runs because you are using your energy to keep it running. I'm going to say that again for the slow mofos in the back. This program continues to run because you use your consciousness, your soul consciousness, to keep the shit running. Such meaning is usually perceived visually in the form of symbols, but may, here we go, sis, they got you covered, boo, in the form of symbols, but may also be perceived as astonishing flashes of holistic intuition, or even in the form of scenarios involving both visual and oral perceptions, or aura perception. The mechanics by which the mind exercises the consciousness function will be addressed in more details later in this paper. So that's pretty powerful. That's pretty powerful. They are admitting that they clocked soul consciousness with the level of energy of the sun.
And that's the hydrogen. And that was 1983?
That's when they put together this study. Now, they don't say how long they were studying.
And how many people, how many test subjects they had.
Exactly. We don't know who the test subjects were, any of that. Exactly.
Probably somebody kidnapped. Oops.
So, Purple Pill said consciousness is green.
Mm-hmm.
And that's interesting because what color is the aurora borealis? Primarily.
Mm-hmm.
I'll sip water on that.
The heart chakra.
Exactly. The heart chakra is the green. The heart chakra is the gateway between the lower and the higher vibration.
The heart chakra.
Yes, brother Mark, unborn babies can see colors in the womb. Emotions emit different colors in the form of light in the womb. Absolutely. Similar to lightning. Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's why they use colors to make you respond to certain things. They use colors like in commercials.
Yeah, because they know that colors, it's nothing but a frequency wave. That's all.
Mm-hmm. And it makes you respond. Like red makes you eat.
Yep. Alrighty. So, frequency following response To achieve synchronization of brain hemisphere, the hemisync technique takes advantage of a phenomenon known as the frequency following response, FFR, which means that if a subject hears a sound produced at a frequency which emulates one of those associated with the operation of the human brain, the brain will try to mimic the same frequency pattern by adjusting its brain wave output. Therefore, if the subject is in a fully awake state, but hears sound frequency which approximates brain wave outputs at the theta level, the subject's brain will endeavor to alter its brainwave patterns from the normal beta to the theta level. Since the theta level is associated with sleep, the subject concerned made progress from a fully awake to a sleep state, provided that he does not consciously resist. As the brain strives to entrain its waves frequency output with the one which the person hears. So in other words, they telling you that you can be, I'm saying that's a form of hypnosis. Remember I told y'all I'm gonna bring my motherfucking bell next week. What did I tell you? They reset the motherfucking realm. Ding, 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 ding. That's what they're saying to you. Now, the interesting part, what I love, then they dropping everything in here. They ain't lied, no lies is told in this study. Provided that the consciousness resists. So in other words, if you just fucking around, la-da-ti-ti-ti-da-da, you're not aware of your consciousness, you're not controlling your consciousness, you're not using your consciousness, they gonna program your monk ass. Because if you are up on your consciousness game, even if them bitches try with that fuck shit, your consciousness gonna be like, a bitch what? No, you didn't fuck with the wrong one. Now I'm finna tear your ass up for testing me, for even trying me. This is why we're in the state that we are in, per se. Why the realm has been held hostage. Because everybody just walking around, majority, are just walking around. Oh, they tell me I need to be angry? I'm angry. They tell me I need to be sad? I'm sad. They tell me I need to vote? I'm gonna vote. No fucking thought form. You're not creating. You're just taking in the narrative that they have created. For their purpose, not yours. Not connected to nature in any way. Don't give a fuck about the land. None of that. That's why they constantly try to separate you from the land. It's deeper than ownership. I'm talking about your soul consciousness being tapped into the natural grid, not this fucking artificial grid. All right. Okay, since these brainwave frequencies are outside the spectrum of sound, which can be heard in pure form by the human ear, Hemisync must produce them based on another phenomenon known as the brain's capacity for deducing beat frequencies. In the human brain, if the human brain is exposed to one frequency in the left ear, which is 10 hertz below another audible frequency played in the right ear, rather than hearing either of the two audible frequencies, the brain chooses to hear the difference between them, the beat frequency. So, y'all think that ringing of the ear is just fucking ringing of the ear? You think that's all it is? That is your consciousness taking in information. Y'all know what the fuck I'm talking about, those that get the ringing in the ear. You know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
When you get that ringing in the left ear, sometimes it's the right ear.
Admit that, man.
Exactly.
T-shirt.
Exactly. You are much more than the physical. You are much, much more than the physical. They're studying you, constantly trying to figure out how to survive. All right. Okay. Thus, availing itself of the FFR phenomenon and using the techniques of beat frequencies, the gateway system uses hemisync and other audio techniques employing the FFR phenomenon to introduce a variety of frequencies which are played at virtually subliminal, marginal, audible level. The objective is to relax the left hemisphere of the brain, place the physical body in a virtual sleep state, and bring the left and right hemisphere into coherence under conditions designed to promote the production of even higher amplitude and frequency of brain outputs or output. So in other words, what they are describing to you, family, now they are recreating this in a lab using different hertz. What I am telling you is when you are getting that ringing in your ear coming through the left ear, that is a form of tuning with either Mother Earth's frequency or the universe frequency to get messages. And in order to get those messages, you have to be at a higher frequency. So in other words, when you're picking up that frequency in your left ear, if you're resonating high, then you can receive the higher level messages. Audible and perhaps subliminal suggestions by Bob Monroe accompany the various brainwave frequencies, which are sometimes rolled in together with other sounds such as sea surf to mask the sound frequencies where desirable. In this way, Gateway endeavors to provide the subject with the tools by which he may alter his consciousness based on his own volition over time through the repetitive use of the tapes so as to access via intuitive means new categories of information not available to ordinary consciousness. So did y'all get that? They're basically saying that in this particular state, bringing in those frequencies, that you can unlock your left brain, right brain hemisphere to get access to new categories of information that you could possibly never have even thought of. So hence, getting messages from the other realm or from Mother Earth's natural frequency. Okay? And they clearly state that the information is not available to ordinary consciousness. So meaning you have to be on a higher level consciousness to get this. All right. So let me go. Role of resonance. However, brain coherence through entertainment to beat frequencies introduced via stereo headphones is only part of the reason why the gateway system works. It is also designed to achieve the physical quietude characteristics of deep transcendental meditative states, which brings about complete alteration of fundamental resonance pattern associated with the sound frequency produced by the human body. Now let me stop and take a drink of water. Brother Seven, there you go, boo. They just confirmed that the human body has their own natural sound, hence song. Okay? So they're also telling you that these particular states of frequencies can alter physical as well. So those that sit up and allow their babies to listen to that garbage ass music and say it's just music, are you sure? Or allow your babies all that they're taking in with this and this going to this, booty shaking, bitch, hoe, gangster. Oh, it's just TV. You're not doing anything supplemental to groom your babies for the great beings that they are. You allow this realm, this program, to literally program your babies. Literally. It's okay to glorify the Megan Thee Stallions, the Cardis, and all of those other youngins that's putting out that low vibrational music. It's okay to glorify all of that. And the elders, we can't fault the babies for it, because if the parents grew up with that and allowed their children to take it in, hell, I have grown motherfuckers. Oh, y'all just jealous. You old ass bitches just jealous. Cardi and Megan, motherfucker, jealous of what? Number one. Number two, that's how high you resonate? That this shit is fucking acceptable to you? And then those of you that are so tapped into the system, talking about some goddamn voting, they're using these same folk as representatives, they have access to the political candidates, and you motherfuckers are cool with this? Out of all the people they could have went back and got, doctor, lawyers, scholars, they're going to go get those particular people? They're supposed to be representing who? And I'm not even slighting those particular entertainers. They're doing what they're doing. I'm getting on you, dead motherfuckers, for sitting up letting this shit be acceptable. Y'all should have tore the Democrat Party's head clean the fuck off. When they put them folks up as a representative for you, you should fucking be ashamed of yourself. That's how much they think about you. But yet you begging those of us with half a fucking brain cell to vote. Get the fuck out of here. Now you go sign off on that madness. But nobody thinks that any of this shit is important as far as the music, what the babies watch. It's not promoted to read, to think, to be connected with nature. So who's really creating and supporting this particular reality and realm? All right. Yoga, Zen, or transcendental meditation, if practiced long enough, will produce a change in the sound frequency with which the human heart resonates throughout the entire body. According to Bentoff, this change in resonance results from elimination of what the medical professions call the bifurcation echo, so that the sound of the heartbeat can move synchronously up and down the circulatory system in harmonious resonance approximately 7 times a second. Bentoff describes the role played by the bifurcation echoes as follows. When the left ventricle of the heart ejects blood, the aorta, being elastic, balloons out just beyond the valve and causes a pressure pulse to travel down along the aorta. When the pressure pulse reaches the bifurcation in the lower abdomen, which is where the aorta forks into to go into the legs, part of the pressure pulse rebounds and starts traveling up the aorta. In the meantime, the heart ejects more blood and a new pressure pulse is traveling down. These two pressure points will eventually collide somewhere along the aorta and produce an interference pattern. By placing the body in a sleep-like state, the gateway tapes achieve the same goal as meditation, in that it places the body in such a profoundly relaxed state that the bifurcation echoes slowly fades away as the heart lessens the force and frequency with which it pushes blood into the aorta. The result is a regular, rhythmic sine wave pattern of sound which echoes throughout the body and rises up in the head in sustained resonance. The amplitude of this sine wave pattern, when measured with a sensitive seismograph type instrument, is about 3 times the average of the sound volume produced by the heart when it is operating normally. So, sounds to me that means you are raising up that vibration and putting out more energy, hence more frequency. Now notice, they're correlating that they can literally measure this, how it is impacting you on a physical level. Brain stimulation. Bentoff's biomedical model shows that this resonance is of considerable importance since it is directly transmitted to and impacts upon the brain. The resulting vibration is received and transmitted into the brain itself via the fluid field, third and left ventricle located in the brain stem. All right, so we already talked about what that brain stem is. That's that medulla oblongata. Last week at the beginning of the paper, they talked about that spinal fluid going up and down your spine at the base of your brain stem, which is that medulla oblongata. And they even said in the paper that that's y'all know what I'm talking about, the kundalini rising, and how that kundalini energy starts at the base of your feet and moves all the way up. All right, let me check on the chat real quick. Okay, there we go. Okay. An electromagnetic pulse is then generated, which stimulates the brain to raise the amplitude and frequency of brain wave output. Just as Dr. Tremlow observed in his research on the effects of the hemisync tapes. Also, the brain is contained in a tight membrane called the dura, which is, in turn, cushioned by a thin layer of fluid located between it and the skull. As the coherent resonance produced by the human heart in a state of profound relaxation reaches the fluid layer surrounding the brain, it sets up a rhythmic pattern in which the brain moves up and down approximately 0.005 to 0.010 millimeters in a continuous pattern. The self-reinforcing character of resonant behavior accounts for the body's ability to sustain this movement despite the minimal level of energy involved. In this way, the entire body, based on its own micro motion, functions as a tuned vibrational system which transfers energy in a range of between 6.8 and 7.5 hertz into the Earth's ionic sphere cavity. Child, I got to reread that.
So they use a lower hertz to bring you down, like 4.7, I think it is. And that puts you to sleep. It lowers your blood pressure, make you lazy, just watch TV all day, listen to music all day, listen to junk music, and you just don't participate in the world that's around you. You're sedated.
Here we go. And this way, the entire body, based on its own micro motion, functions as a tuned vibrational system, which transfers energy in a range of 6.8 and 7.5 hertz into the Earth's ionosphere cavity, which itself resonates at about 7 to 7.5 hertz. So what they're telling you is the frequency through hertz that you need to raise up to in order to match mama's vibration. And I know that shit is higher now. These hertz are higher now. That's what the whole shift is about. Spiritual shift. The raising of the vibration, because her frequency is higher. So at a minimum, in order for you to be at mama's heartbeat, you got to be between 7 and 7.5. Now it's higher now. I'm just letting y'all know. They ain't going to tell you that. I'm telling you that. It's higher now. 7.5. And they are even telling you. That that's going into the ionosphere. And I told y'all, if you want to create, you do it with your consciousness, and your consciousness sends out that signal, and it goes and matches or down into Mother Earth's quote, quote, heart chakra system, black sun, and it shoots back up, and it hits the dome, the ionosphere cavity. That's how you manifest. That's just in this realm. In order to go beyond the realm, you have to be above what they say back in 1983, 7.5 hertz.
It says, don't they say that the organs renew themselves every 7 years?
Yes, they do.
And like Seven said, the body does have its own song. You got an orchestra in your body.
Absolutely.
The organ is also a musical instrument. And each of your quote-unquote organs or chakras vibrate at a different frequency. It's just a matter of whether or not it's in harmony with itself.
Absolutely.
Because that's what we pick up on other people, their frequency.
Yep.
I mean, at this particular time, you may be vibrating on some jazz type stuff.
Right.
And then here they come with some of this old new ratchet garbage ass music.
Baby, I can't take it. I swear I can't take it.
That just spoils your whole mood. Just make you want to get as far away from them as you possibly can.
Yep.
In that racket.
Makes people mad sometimes, kill.
Yeah, they're being programmed by that garbage at that frequency. And then also, what I think is one of the dangers of tapping into your ancestors. It depends on what frequency you vibrate in that.
Absolutely.
It will determine which ancestor you tap into.
That is correct.
That's why a lot of these mofos still on this empire stuff. Oh, I want to be on top, this, that, or the other. They just want the system to continue. They just want their position in it to shift.
In the system.
That's why
Absolutely.
They keep talking about what their ancestors did, this, that, or the other. You're possessed by your ancestor. You gave up your free thought. Your ancestors within you, in your DNA. You unlocked that code, and it took over.
Yep.
Well, that reminds me of that plasma. You know, if you give your plasma for this COVID stuff, they own your ancestors forever. And they paying you $500.
All I was saying, what I'm saying is, people always blaming the devil, the white man, everybody else, but don't know who they are. Don't know who their ancestors are or what they did. But you on that same shit that they was on.
Yep.
So that's who you're possessed by. You want something that ain't yours. And that's what you possessed by. You possessed by your ancestor, not the devil. If you want to call your ancestor the devil, this, that, and the other, then you have to make peace with that motherfucker.
Absolutely.
Don't bring that shit to everybody else.
Exactly.
Accountability. Clean up your own goddamn doorstep.
That's right. And it's interesting. I've been seeing people recently post memes on the quote devil, and the devil's sitting up there like with his motherfucking legs crossed, like, what the fuck I had to do with this? But interestingly, when you talked about the organs, shout out again to the mud flood community, because they talked about these different, they're calling them church structures, them big ass castles that were built, and that they were calling churches, and they had them big ass organs. And some of you melanated people, you know what I'm talking about, because some of y'all today, you go to church, and them same standing churches that's been there since the 1800s, early 1900s, with them big ass organs. Or some of you that have gone to concerts in these old theaters, and they got them big ass built-in organs. That's frequency control. Thanos, ringing of the bell, sending out that sound frequency, ding, dong, 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 sending out them hertz. Now, why would they need to do that if mama naturally puts out a hertz? So that's telling me somebody was overriding or shooting out their own hertz frequency so the people can tap into that instead of vibrating at mama's frequency. And I told y'all this whole 5G thing was definitely about, yes, absolutely, it is about frequency. It's always about frequency. But I told you all that they put out the 5G because mama's frequency has already risen and is continually rising. So all of their programming can't run anymore because her frequency is rising. So they're playing catch up, because now I think they said China is on 6. China may have finished 6 and they're moving to 7. And they still haven't caught her frequency because her frequency is moving so fast. They can't catch up. That's why we feel that everything is moving fast. And it is. Because that frequency, she just steady going up, steady going up. And that's why 2020 been off the motherfucking chain. And we ain't seen nothing yet. All right. So of this process, Bentoff states, this is occurring at a very long wavelength of about 40,000 kilometers, I think that's what km, or just about the perimeter of the planet. In other words, the signal from the movement of our bodies will travel around the world in about 1/7 of a second through the electrostatic field in which we are embedded. Huh? Did they just admit that we are embedded in the electrostatic field? Such a long wavelength knows no obstacles, and its strength does not attenuate much over large distances. Naturally, it will go through just about anything: metal, concrete, water, and the fields making up our bodies. It is the ideal medium for conveying a telepathic signal. So they already know who you are. They have studied it. They have measured it. They have the physical proof. So they telling you, let me just go on and reread that little part. Our bodies will travel around the world in about 1/7 of a second through the electrostatic field in which we are embedded. Such a long wavelength knows no obstacles, and its strength does not attenuate much over large distances. Naturally, it will go through just about anything: metal, concrete, water, and the fields making up our bodies. It is the idea medium for conveying a telepathic signal. So now explain to me why you can't make shit happen.
That reminds me. At one point, they were saying that in the Vatican, down in those secret vaults, that they had people that could detect people trying to remote view or spiritually come into there.
Absolutely. It makes sense now. This study is telling us they can detect it.
Yeah, they've been telling on themselves for a while.
For a long time.
But all they've been doing is tapping into us, trying to emulate.
Absolutely.
And that's why I'm always going to have a problem with using crystals and
I can understand that.
Nature. Because everything that Mama is within us.
We are, exactly.
Your inability to tap in or to ground with Mama. That's why you're supposed to spend some time out there barefooted, soul to soul with Mama.
Absolutely.
To tap in. But we don't want to do that for whatever reason.
Yep.
We don't want to return to Mama. We sit up and think that people is backwards in country when you see somebody walking outside barefooted.
Right.
But you see more of those other things out there walking barefooted, as natural as they want to try and be, getting burned up and everything. But they're doing the things that we should be doing.
Absolutely.
I mean, we got things so twisted. They got our people hating everything that made them great.
Right.
Everything that made those other people want to be them, whether we're talking about melanated or not.
Yep.
Because other melanated people want to be us.
Agreed.
The whole world wants to be us.
Yep.
Everybody wants to come here and be a quote unquote American.
Yep.
And us, not all of us, but some of us want to be African. American last. I can see if you said you was an American African.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to claim indigenous status because you actually have blood from both sides. 9 times out of 10, the blood from over there would be male.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They knew what they were doing by coming here to marry the indigenous women.
Yep.
And they also knew what they were doing with their God.
Come on with it
when they
now.
put him above Mama.
Come on with it now.
And y'all still believe the patriarchal way of life, even though it's imploded on itself and created nothing but unnatural bullshit.
Yep.
And y'all support it.
Yep.
But what I don't get is all these athletes and celebrities and this, that, or the other, when they reach the pinnacle and being rewarded, they thank Mama first. I want to thank my mama, but you gave your soul to a male deity.
Tell it now.
Empty ass words. Something that our people have grown accustomed to.
Yep, empty words.
Words that really don't have any power over you.
Yep.
Unless you give it power. Words have power, but only when you let it.
Absolutely.
Because you're the creator. You keep playing the victim.
Damn, wait, I gotta write that one down. That was pretty tight. You're the creator, but you keep playing victim.
Y'all will get it one day. I ain't even gonna keep worrying about it. We energy. You like the system. That's where you want to play at. I mean, that's just like back in the day. Some kids like playing on the railroad tracks. I didn't find that particularly amusing.
I hear you.
Know, they had their fun. I had my fun another way.
Exactly. All right.
I digress.
I got that motherfucking quote, Brother Sean. I'm be reminding people of that because that was tight as fuck. All right, we're going to do this last paragraph. Consequently, the gateway process is designed to rather rapidly induce a state of profound calm within the nervous system and to significantly lower blood pressure to cause the circulatory system, skeleton, and all other physical organ systems to begin vibrating coherently at approximately 7 to 7.5 cycles per second. The resulting resonance sets up a regular, repetitive sound wave, which propagates in consonance with the electrostatic field of the earth. Ooh, that's deep, y'all. So we're going to leave that as a stopping point. We almost halfway through this. This is just absolutely fascinating to me that they did this study, which lets me know that they already know who you are, but we told you they know who you are. So, you know, this is our forms of receipts from all of that spiritual stuff, that shit we've been telling y'all for years. And yes, Sis Divinity, I agree. Most don't believe. No, they don't believe. They don't believe. And when I talk about Mama Earth, Brother Sean talk about Mama Earth, this, that, and other, people literally get fucking offended. Oh, there she go with that Mama Earth shit. But yet, alphabet boys know the power of tuning in to Mother Earth. That I ain't hear. Did you hear Jesus or Allah mentioned in that motherfucking paper? Brother Sean, did you hear Jesus and Allah mentioned and they frequency?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay then. Okay. But we crazy. We crazy. The ones telling you to tap into the natural grid. Honor and respect the land. Honor and respect Mother Earth. We crazy. But your father gonna save you. Oh, okay then. Okay. Keep banking on that. Keep banking on that. So, with that said, Sis Sandra, you have any last words for the family?
Feathers up. It's time to feathers up. Stand up. Because this is a time for you to make a choice. And that is to stand and keep your consciousness to yourself and not share it with these people in their, I hate to say it, their elections. And they fake choosing of presidents and stuff like that, because they already know who it's going to be. They even trying to tell you, or at least make you think that this person has already won, so you won't cast your vote if you're going to do that kind of stuff. So I'll just say, stay in your own proper person.
Indeed.
And in your own.
Indeed, sis. Brother Sean, you have any last words for the family?
I think people should know more. Especially if you're going to talk shit. Until you don't know where I've been. You don't know what I know. I think you like to hear yourself talk or see yourself right. Good night.
Indeed. Indeed. So family, we will be back next week. So shout out to all of the YouTube family. Thank you so much for being on this journey with us. We're coming back next week with the Momma Terra and the Consciousness of Her People, Part 2. So we are going to get back into the Alphabet Boys study on consciousness. And we will still finish up the series of the Real Pilgrims as well. We're going to alternate, but I do want to, on the first part of this series, get through the Alphabet Boys paper. So thank you so much, YouTube family. Love you much. Thanks, sis Lisa. And peace, Epic Soul. All right, thanks, sis Southwind. So YouTube, we got to, damn, I hate y'all can't rock out with us with some music. So I'm going to play, if y'all want to go look up this song, I'm going to play Auntie Gladys, My Imagination. If you listen to those lyrics, and my aunt, she's really my cousin, but you know how melanated people do. If somebody's older and they're your cousin, that's really your auntie. I remember as a little girl, she would, when this song came on, she would walk around the house singing it with such conviction. And then as I got older and I started listening to it, I said, shit, because the song is, I really got to use my imagination to think of a good reason to keep on keeping on. I got to make the best of a bad situation. So for you youngins, check out that song. That's what we rocking out with, YouTube. So love you all very much, family. Sorry, YouTube, y'all can't enjoy that with us, but we'll be back next week. So peace and love, YouTube. Love you.